No, so excuse me. I did not. I was not mentally ready for today, I don't think. Physically, I think I was alright, but mentally, it's like, well. One of those things where it's like, you know, your brain's not always on the same page, you know? Hey, Interactum. Man, you were quick on the draw today. Holy crap. How's it going? Hope all's good. Box streak. Hey, 3 stream streak. Hope all's good today. Man, I don't know why I was just like, oh, is the audio good? And it's good. Okay, all's good. Very good, very good. Kind of funny, it's like, I don't think today was particularly long, but it was one of those days where I'm like, yep, got a lot to handle. I feel like it was just more like, okay, physically I'm gonna have to get through all the stuff, and then when I'm at the other end, it's like, all right, what do I do now? And it's like, ah, yes, of course. But yeah, it was pretty. But yeah, I did also have a had a pretty middling. We went out for dinner today, and it was just kind of like the most okayest Japanese food I've had. And I feel like that kind of sucks when it's like you just kind of have an okay type of dinner where you're like, ah, yes, of course. I feel like in particular, it's one of those things where I think when it's one of those, I think it's particularly if you pay a decent sum for it and you're like, man, kind of wish that was, kind of wish it was better, you know? I think that's when it's like, all right, man. You know, you sit there kind of thinking about it like, wow. All right. Alrighty. Let's get into game so I can start mentally collecting my thoughts. And I know we got to... let's see, we checked out, there's that one island that we went to that was where the serpent was in the first 2 games. There was... God, I'm trying to remember all the things we did. I do have a new model to show off soon at some point too. But I remember that we stopped at a bunch of the places, yeah, near the edge of the Eclipse line. And we finished up with the tower, I think. We got the rock from the thing. And the funny rock, I don't know what it does. What was it? Yeah, we got it. We got this, it looks like the wise one, but it's his third eye, which I don't know what it does, but it does something. Oh yeah, we also found this. The Muramasa. Alrighty. Oh man, but... Whew. I know we got to a lot of side questing too, because we were just kind of exploring around last time. We spent a lot of time just kind of running back and forth. But there's a whole lot of places we didn't really check out, frankly. There's a whole bunch of places we didn't really go to yet, which we're gonna have to go explore. Okay, real talk, the fact that the Djinn guide, it says 64 out of 83. If I had to theorize, the last Earth one we're gonna get is probably gonna have 5. So, because there's 4 here. And the other guy's probably gonna have 4 or 5. Whenever we find the Earth, whoever's gonna be our 4th Earth character. And then, so that'd be 68 or 69, and then be 10 plus 4, so 14. It'd be 14 more, 14 to 15 more Djinn to find in the overworld, I think. I'm not 100% sure if I'll find them all, but we will at least try our best, you know? Otherwise, I think we're just kind of... I think the majority of our goal with this game right now is just to try and find out where everything is. Alrighty, I'm gonna change form real quick. Let's see, where is it? There's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Ah, here it is, the new one. I have a new form. It was drawn by an artist. I'm like curious how people will react to it. It's kind of fun. I will say it is kind of funny that in terms of, like, I will say the one thing that's kind of getting to me a little bit. I'm very tempted to slow down the animation, but for the idol one. It kind of feels like, you know what it kind of gives me vibes of for some reason, this particular animation? It kind of feels like when you're playing Persona, either Persona 4 or, well, Persona 3 and 5. With, like, that art style. Kind of feels like I'm like one of those profiles in a game where it's like, it's talking character. It's funny though, I don't know, which one was that one at 6? Okay, so the difference between the thing I drew myself and this is very stark. It feels very stark to compare those things. Okay, where have I been? I think the big problem is where have I been, and I straight up have no idea. We've been to Yamada, Arun Village. I guess the thing I could do, theoretically, is I could go find where the eclipse is in terms of its spot. Here it is. And then just follow the line as much as I can. I could just follow this back up and down and then check every landmass I run into following this line. Theoretically, I can go over the line if I want to. I just don't need to right now. I do think if there is one thing this game is kind of... I feel like it's kind of its... I would argue it's Achilles heel move. Oh, oops, I pressed the wrong button. Which one did I use for... Oh, that's right, it's right stick, that's right. Namaha, you're in. Hope all's good. Next Sunday game. Let me write that down. I know we still have... I need to make sure I also... I need to get this on the same page that I'm writing on right now. Where the heck is it? L Sword. Oh, another L Sword stream. We haven't done that in a while. No, you're right. L Sword. Sunday. I'm trying to remember the last time we did an L Sword stream, and I know it was... I'm trying to think, because I'm wondering, was it this year that the last one was? I'm trying to remember. Or was it last year? I know we get like 1 or 2 a year. I always forget when we do it though. L Sword for Sunday. Let's see, series, we have FF Tactics and Morrowind still. Yeah, we're still kind of on moratorium right now for new series, new model. Yeah, I acquired this one. I'm pretty intrigued by it. I think the main thing is I want to see if people really like this one. I think one of the things I would like to do personally going forward is I actually would like to try and, I guess the way I would describe it is I kind of like the idea of having if I ever get new models, is to have a different artist do each one. And at some point I'll just continuously cycle between different forms and shapes. Like I'll still have my base one, and I'll probably keep 1 or 2 of the ones I drew, but I kind of like the idea of doing having all of them be mostly different people. I kind of like the idea of just it's kind of like when you it's kind of like shifting game art styles, you know. And I like that concept a lot. Okay, this landmass has been touched. Whoa. You know what's funny is I remember that we still have that grandma's gift thing, and I don't know where it goes at this point. But I do like I like the possibility of doing all sorts of different things. Tonfon. Hello. Chip looks a little beat up. I have to admit, I'm impressed by how smoothly she sails. Emperor Unan recently sent some Sanon ships northward, getting a little late getting home. Don't say. Okay. I do need to search this place very thoroughly. The Lemurians are amazing. What? Ships they rebuilt for us are absolutely amazing craft. Wait, the Lemurians are doing stuff? Really? I didn't even think the Lemurians were still around. Or at least, like, around in a way that would be consequential. But yeah, we're gonna... I like this one a fair bit. I'm quite intrigued by it. I think the main thing will be that I want to make sure that I would like to check... I would like to see how people feel about each one I use. Let's see, so... Guy's snoring up a storm. I need to look for... He's wise and kind and loved by his people. So Emperor Unan seems to be a cool guy. Ko loved war. Emperor Ko died a few years ago. Luckily, King Wo is away and Unan could become emperor. Interesting. What's on the agenda in games so far? Today, we haven't done a whole lot yet today, but we did... I did take stock of what Djinn we have, at least. Because we have... I think we're missing all but... Let's see, it'd be 1, 2, 3 of the Jupiter Djinn. I know Mars we're missing a couple. We're missing a fair bit, actually. And we don't have the Earth. We don't have an Earth. We don't have our second Earth adept yet, so we don't actually have all of our people yet. There's still one party member missing, but I don't know who that's going to be. Some part of me jokingly says it's going to be Felix, but I don't think that's going to be the case. The captain from Lemuria, he's no mere traitor. Oh, that'd be Piers. I wonder why is Piers still here? We have Tonfon, enjoy the light of Lord Sun the year round. But in the Western lands, sunlight is gone. We find it quite eerie. Well, there's a Djinn right there. How do I reach you? Can I get up on that rooftop? Oh, I see. Little point I can hop off from. Interesting. Oh, I see. Hang on. I know what I can do. Slap. I can slap him. I like that I can wake him up with such nonsense. Uh-oh, it's time to get the ferry moving. Interesting. Why did I do that? I slapped a guy, but I don't even know why I did that. I just saw a dude and said, oh yeah, I should probably hit him upside the head. It'll be funny. Just, sure, why not? Let's just hit him upside the... Oh, that... Yeah, see? Okay, so I'm much smarter than I anticipate. Hello. But so far, we haven't done a whole ton. We haven't really moved that fast. And I got out the new model, so... I think the only thing that, like, it's not really a bothers me thing. It's more of just a me thing. I think it's just me. It's just like the ears are constantly moving, and I'm like, guys, it's the ear flexing muscle. It's that kind of exercise routine. Just keep flexing the ears. Trying to find, there is somebody we need to find. I think it's here that we need to take Grandma's gift. We got that grandmother's gift item, and we've been carrying it for a very long time. I believe it's here. I know that I think it's here that we need to take it. I think this is the town we take it to, because I think Tonfon's where it's supposed to go. Hello. We lost many Sanon territories. Okay, so people are I don't know if the people are really upset about losing territory, but maybe it's just... Oh, there's the priest. Eyes are kind of tired. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I will say I had a very mediocre type of dinner, but it was very funny, but just because of the fact that I was falling asleep at the really valuable gem hidden in Lady Hinicho's room. Laura's mother to Ryoko and Hoju, having lost her husband to war, both her children are missing. Oh, that's the oh, that's funny. So she's the lady who... She's basically the reason we had to deal with Ryoko's nonsense. I see. But we haven't... I guess today the whole thing is that it's like we're just kind of looking for where we're supposed to go. That's kind of bad to say it like that, but that is where we're... That is kind of what we're doing, though. Endless wall extends west to Sana. Is it really endless, or is it just kind of one of those... Is it a misnomer? Like never-ending gobstoppers, because clearly they do have an end. I mean, technically no circle has an end, but you know what I mean. How do I get over there? Oh, I see. There's a connecting point from below. I see. And I feel silly for not noticing that right away, but honestly, that's fine. How do normal people get around this city? Am I crazy? Am I crazy to think that it feels like this place is a bit labyrinthian for what we're doing here? I think for the most part, I've just been kind of just running around, honestly. Kind of just messing about. Let's move. I'm gonna move my boy over here. Hey. I think besides the Djinn situation, I think for the most part we're kind of just, I feel like this part of the game has mostly been us running around looking for the plot, which I would not say is a bad thing, but it does feel at times like we spend a fair bit of time just traveling, which I think is kind of fascinating as a point in this game, is that the amount of time we spent kind of on our feet is a bit surprising. Mint. Okay, the mint's good. If I recall, mint isn't mint the points one? No, it's agility. Let's see, agility. What do we need agility with? You know what? We probably want it on Sveta so we can guarantee she gets to be first more often. I feel like the team we have right now is gonna get some foods. Very good, very good. Yeah, I had dinner and I was... It may sound like I was very annoyed with it, but I would say that that is actually kind of true. I think for me, it's one thing. I feel like whenever I go out to get dinner, the thing that I always find is if I spend a lot of time waiting, I tend to get tired. And it's like if I have to wait for food, I'm like, okay, man, it better be all of my food, you know? It's kind of like... But I try my best to be, you know, the thing is, like, I try to be polite to the people working there. But it's like, you know, I don't think service workers are the ones I take out my... If I have issues, it's like, I can keep it to myself, you know? Even if I am annoyed with, like, the service, I'm like, well, I'm still gonna keep it to myself even still, you know? Okay, none of these are really catching my attention, I'm not gonna lie. These weapons are... Magical Cassock, renews power points. Okay, that might be actually huge to get for... Yeah, I'm actually gonna buy this for cars. Yeah, I think that's gonna be huge for Karis. Crown boosts luck. Oh wait, that'd be huge for Sveta actually. Yeah, we're gonna give that to Sveta. Luck is 13. Her luck is 13. That's just insane. That is such a massive jump. Okay, I am gonna get these for... My guy has been wearing leather boots this whole time. Holy crap. Yeah, we're gonna get our guy some new shoes because holy crap, he deserves it. Yeah, honestly, now we're kind of cooking with gas. Yeah, that's some pretty good stuff already. Very good. Are there any other weapons we can worry about? Not really. Alright, well, we've acquired a fair bit of new equipment, so that's a pretty massive jump in power to be able to do all that. Let's see. Alice is that way. I think I'm gonna check the other way. I just want to see what's over there. If this takes me out of the city, then we just need to turn back around, but I just want to see. Okay, never mind. Yep, okay. Yep, okay. We need to go back. So I think we need to go to the temple, or not the temple, the big palace. So the big palace in Tonfon is where we're going. Got it. Hello. Yep. Oh, that's right. I already talked to this lady. Okay, we need to look around for... I need to talk to everybody in this area because I need to find who to give this gift to. Excuse me. The royal friends, Emperor Unan awaits you in a study beyond the throne room. The Lemurian captain told us to expect you. Let's stay at Strange Shadow. Is sister-in-law of Emperor Unan. Can any of you tell me? His job is to sound the gong if enemies attack. If I ring it just for fun, everyone gets mad. Yeah, that makes sense. Lady Hinochu's room. If the gong sounds, I must respond immediately, so I never really relax. At the end of the day, I'm exhausted. I go talk to Lady Hinochu. Hello. Losing one child would have been hard enough with both at once. She smiles with her mouth, but not her eyes. I fear they won't smile until the children return. Lady Hinochu is faithful or stubborn enough to believe that Hoju is still alive. I wish I could agree. Interesting. Hello. Did this tell me I must accept that Ryoko and Hoju are dead? Well, didn't we? Well, we already saw them, and I know they didn't really get away. I know they probably got away. When my husband had not been slain, his Echo Gem would have found Hoju easily. Gems are only useful in pairs. Each taps into the older's life force to emit light and communicate with the other said stone. Interesting. Echo Stones. I don't remember those from... Were they in the other game? The other games? I don't remember them if they were. If they were, I don't know, but... Then again, there's probably also... Everyone says everyone's worried about the ship. Yep, I imagine everyone's worried about that. Juan was the Lord of Morgul before he killed the Beastman Revolution. Zasana is not unified. The Emperor agrees for his brother that he can barely speak. Oh, that's upsetting. Alright, no. No, I wonder what's up with that. Also, Nahamaha, do you happen to know where this, because I still have grandmother's gift. Do you happen to know where this goes? It says a gift for a child in Sana, but I don't know where. I thought it was in the city of Tonfon, but I feel like I might have missed my chance to give it to the right person. Oh, I need to go to the Emperor. I'm gonna go talk to the Emperor, who doesn't talk all that much. I thought it was in Tonfon, but I'm not 100% sure now. Well, we're out here now. Interesting layout for sure. Hello. Wish to meet with Emperor Unan. It is in the city, but you still have to progress the story more. Oh, okay, got it. Who is it? Why does he look like Luigi? But are you not the Master Sage Kraden? Everybody knows Kraden. Most pleased you have come. Please enter. I swear that everybody knows Kraden, and that's just all there is to it. Thank you all for coming. It feels serious. It seriously feels like Kraden is just everyone knows him. You've heard much of the wisdom of Emperor Unan. It's a great honor to meet you. I heard much of the knowledge of the great scholar. The honor is entirely mine. May we assume, Your Majesty, that you know of the eclipse across the continent. I had heard legends of it from a Morgul storyteller once, but nothing could have prepared me for the reality. When Sana occupied Morgul, I visited my brother for a time and learned much of its culture. Understand, we have whoever activated Luna Tower to blame for this catastrophe. We bear some of the responsibility, though the consequences are beyond even our wildest imagination. Some of the responsibility. Well, as the Tuatha Parang who are really responsible. Tuatha Parang is in the self-styled Zenith tribe. Okay. The one who actually turned out was a Sanan boy named Ryoko. That's right, you can only think about saving his sister, so we can't put too much blame on him. Ryoko and his sister. Alright, we heard that Ryoko and Hoju are somehow connected to the Sanan royal family. What does it matter, Your Majesty? Ryoko's my brother's son. So Hoju... my niece, yes. But at least now I know that both were alive before the eclipse. Then a ship to Morgul to rescue them once we had news that they were there. And the ship has not returned. feel like the ship got attacked by monsters at this point. We were separated from them just before the eclipse. I hope they were able to avoid the monsters. Imagine there was any way of knowing. Got a good feeling about it. I'm sure they made it. Want nothing more to see them alive again, but prayer sees my only recourse. Dang, that's sad. Well, either way, in any case, as Emperor, I cannot be seen to show too much emotion, even over the loss of my own kin. Well, that's lovely. But enough about my woes. May I be introduced to your companions? Okay, cool. They are descendants of the famed Warriors of Vale. The Warriors of Vale. Please, Your Majesty, my name is Karis. We're just introducing each other to the Emperor. Cool. I like that he's like, I'm just Elio. I mean, all of them were in some way or another touched by... I feel like they were all touched in some way by the story, because Elio was a baby when we played the games originally, so... I like that he's like, oh yeah, you still honor me with your presence. What brings you your companions here? What do you seek? Your Majesty, would you be so kind enough to let us see the items your army brought back from Morgul? Ah yes, the secret scroll. That's pretty good though. I need some water. It's part of Emperor Ko's so-called hidden road, which he brought treasures into the country. I can think of no better use for it than to give it to those who fight to the end of the eclipse. Okay. You grant us treasures without even asking us why we want them? Are you not curious? I've looked at you and heard you speak. If you can bring this eclipse to an end, no treasure is too dear. Well, I appreciate you. Emperor. That's very kind of you. Please tell me it's not just like a singular rock. Lord Sun's ring. Okay. A Psi crystal, which will probably get sold. It'll probably get sold. Umbra gauntlet. Is that everything? It feels very ungrateful to say it like that, but... Attack down, defense up. I'd lose 13 points of attack for... That looks like 17 points of defense. Boost criticals, you say? Okay, real talk. I think I'm just gonna give this to Sveta, and I'm gonna give this to Sveta and pray. I think now we're on easy baby mode, because with Sveta having, we've done in the short time we've been playing today, Sveta gained an attack boost, a luck boosting crown, and her criticals are boosted, which I think is a damage boost, not a luck boost. So that I think that means that her if she lands a critical hit on something, it'll probably crit with the force of 1,000 suns. None in Sana know of the treasures here. Please take them from my sight. Okay. Wonder where they are now. We come outside and they're just like right there. Lord Quan and Emperor Unan were as close as any brothers I've known. Then came the Morgul Revolution. I like that it feels like it's like, ah yes, it's the incident. Alrighty. Anything else here? Oh, you know what? On the other side, there's probably a Djinn on that side. I can smell it. I can smell it. Hang on, we're gonna go this way. Like Wolverine in the 90s X-Men cartoon, where it's like, I can smell it. Let me in. Let me in. Question: Can I land that growth synergy from here? I can. Okay. I'm guessing then. Okay, hang on. My brain is working. Hang on. Yeah, I think I observe how to get there. Maybe. I at least have like a general idea where I'm supposed to be. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count. Heck yeah. First try. God dang it. Okay, so this is not the way. This is the way to get there, but it's the way I get back. Okay, understood. Guessing then. I'm losing my mind. It's not that hard, is it? Or did I just miss? Did I miss something? I feel like I just missed something, you know? It feels like I saw something wrong in the map. Uncertain, though. How else do I get there, then? Yeah, we're gonna have to look around a little bit. Yeah, I will say also, today's a bit of a tech test because I want to make sure that this model looks good and doesn't have any... I don't have any outstanding issues. Looking good, though, so far. Does feel very... I feel like the mismatch of my aesthetics is probably what makes me the most confused half the time. But I think that's kind of... I feel like, to me, that's a necessary part of... At least to me, it's like both streaming and doing the... and doing this stuff in general. I don't know. I like how this all looks. Okay, how do I get up there, then? How do I get up there? I feel like I'm not observing properly. Is there a way up there? Yeah, I see a thing right here. There's a blockade right there. Kind of wondering if there is a way over there, then. I don't see any obvious answers besides... Kind of wondering if I'm supposed to hop from the third story roof to get over there, maybe? Or second story, but still. Can I hop from here somewhere? Gotta be something, right? Okay, hang on. Maybe if I observe... I kind of wonder if it must be one of those, you know, you come in from underground sort of things. I don't know. That seems a little too specific. Yeah, I'm not really figuring it out staring at it, so I'm gonna dip. Very minimum, I'm gonna look around town a little more. Guess I could go explore the continent, because we're in a continent that we weren't able to get to earlier. Yeah, let me go back this way, and we're gonna go take a look around. We're gonna go take a look-see. Okay, so that's where the eclipse is stopping. Might as well go check it out. Ow. Yeah, no, Sveta's turning into an actual demon. I think Sveta might be... it's like, as much as I love Sveta as a party member, I do think that she might accidentally be the problem. And when I say the problem, I don't mean like she's a bad character, but I'm just thinking like specifically in that I think she covers too many bases as a character. It's actually something that it's affected other games too, where regardless of genre, where if a role of a character encompasses too many things, it can be very hard to warrant using the other characters if they're not as wide spanning with their reach, you know? And I think in the case of this in particular, and I'm kind of thinking now that back from Adelant. Oh, I see. I left Tonfon for a bit because I couldn't find how to get behind the castle. That's on me. I was just walking around, but as I was also having a bit of a tangent mentally about... I was thinking about Sveta's role in the party, and I think I've come to the conclusion that unfortunately I think Sveta's too strong. One of those things where like you get a party member who's just way too good. It kind of feels like, okay, how do I... It kind of turns into what's the point in certain characters in terms of bringing them along for the party if you can just body any sense of balance. Remember that ladies' kids are where progress is if you want them. Oh, so Ryoko and Hoju. Actually, that would probably be pretty good to get on sooner rather than later, huh? Probably better to do that sooner than later, and shouldn't be too hard to. Let's see. I should probably actually use some Synergy this time. I'm gonna Odyssey this fool. Attack this fool. But I think progress would also be good. I know right now the only thing I don't know is where to go on where we are on the map. 2 level ups is pretty good though. Look at the Atlas. The only downside with the map is that I can't really... It's not a free scroll thing. It's just kind of like, yep. Why is Lady Hinecho's room a separate thing from the Sana Palace? They're the same... It's the same building. There's Tanfan. Okay, so in comparison to Tanfan, where should we go? I kind of feel like I feel like that the wizard guy from the Zelda CDI games. Sorry, the Zelda CDI games where he's like, "Where do you wish to go?" You're just kind of like, yes, of course. And it's really funny when it's like, "Yeah, man, I get it." Where's the glaciers around Emil? What in the heck is an Emil? Oh, down south. I see. We probably want to go down there. Okay, I see. Okay, hang on. Is it Emil? I'm trying to remember Emil. Is Emil the... I'm trying to remember. Is Emil the place that... Oh god, my brain. I'm trying to rack my brain to remember everything. Sorry about you, created, but something has been troubling me. Oh, what is that? Why didn't Noel come with you to Bolinsk? I was wondering when you'd get around to asking me that. With everything that's happened and all the peril and whatnot. Of course, she slipped your mind. I'm ashamed, though. She is my sister. Well, I suspect she's a touch distracted herself, but by love rather than peril. Noel's in love with whom? Captain Piers. Piers of the Warriors of Vale. When Piers arrived to ferry us, she seemed especially vibrant, aglow even. When I disembarked, she simply told me I'm going with Piers. Emil's where the Mercury Lighthouse is. Isn't Emil... Yeah, Emil's the place... Is that the one that we went with Mia to? Or am I thinking of the one at the end of the Lost Stage, which is like the last one? Because there's 2 lighthouses that I'm thinking of that are ice related. There's the one that you go with Mia. And then there's the one where... Yeah, Mia. Okay. So that's what I'm remembering correctly. Got it. Because I know that the other one's like, I think it's far to the north is the other one. It was the... That's all we needed the Lemurian ship for. And we needed to use that to get to the last lighthouse. Here's a powerful adept, so she'll have a fine tutor, but they just sailed off together. Here's is one of the most capable sailors in the world. I'm sure no harm will befall her. I had no idea, but I'm glad she didn't get tangled up in all this. She was always the lucky one. I wonder if you won't eventually think the opposite. Why? Where are they sailing to? We stand here reflecting on every one of our worries. We'll never leave. Onward. I see. So that's what we were talking about last time, that we didn't actually get to find out what happened to his sister. I am fast forwarding. I do apologize. Also, I'm gonna stop here really quick because I was curious what this town is. Hang on. Ah! Plated rat. Kill that guy. All right, that's pretty good. What's this town again? Champa Camp. Oh, it's Champa. Home sweet home. Hey, it's Elio. When did you get home? Elio. Oh, good. Everyone's happy to see Elio. Could use a little cheer right now. Oh, poor guys. Where's Briggs? Didn't he come back with you? Thought he was heading out to rescue you. The ship looks like his. See, it's like this. Oh, we have to explain it to everybody that Briggs is dead? That sucks. So that's what happened. Sounds rough. An honorable pirate to the end. Oh. Seems like all these warriors of Vale and their kids were a good influence on Briggs. He wasn't always so heroic. So you're going to go stop the eclipse now? Thank goodness, but be careful, though. Well, it's nice that the Champa camp people are happy. Obaba's in the house on the cliff. Obaba? This formidable Champa lady is Briggs' grandmother. She's respected and occasionally feared by her countrymen. I know you're anxious to get going, but take a short rest first. You'll feel better. Where's Briggs' wife? Wasn't she... She would have been here, right? You had to burn the houses to make light. Soon there won't be a village to save. Champa was a poor village, now it's a poor country. Bigger doesn't mean richer. That's an interesting way to put it, actually. What the... Get down from there. Sveta, slap that fool. Yeah, boink. Slap that fool, yeah, boink. Poor baby. Oh, I didn't want to have to hit him that hard, but that's really funny. Can I jump down there? How do I get to him? I want to make sure he's okay. I slapped him really hard. Oh no. Oh no, it shouldn't be funny. And I can't jump down there though. Why can't I? Can I? Sir, how do I get down there? Once Obaba goes, the ways of the ankle civilization will go with her. Sad. Village over there, but instead of living, we have to sleep in tents. What did we do wrong? I don't think anyone did anything wrong. Need armor? I'm your guy. What do you have? Nothing. Well, that's unfortunate. Cool. Thank you, sir. Oh. Son managed to open a business in one anyway. Well, we have tents, so that's good. Oh. Pirate Nation, we always need weapons, so we keep the armory well stocked. Care to buy something? I shined to myself with Dad's help. Feels so bad that I... You know what? I'll at least buy this for Elio, I guess. I don't know, man. We'll equip it. There we go. We got some. We can at least give them money. How do I get down there? Sound like Doofenshmirtz when I get when I'm confused. I sound more and more like Doofenshmirtz. A platypus? How does one approach this? Oh, there it is. Doi. Singular block of a ramp. I see. Very good. All right, let's go talk to the fire boy. Hello, small one. Are you okay? Oh, he's perfectly... he's fine with it. He got his forehead slapped, and he just was like, okay, I'm going to join your team now. Fugue joined you. That's a Sveta. I don't know why, but hearing the word fugue, and anytime I hear musical terms now, I'm going to think of Eternal Sonata first, I think. It'll be very hard a habit to kick, I find. Like this. There we go. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. At least we're finding all the Djinn. I feel like this detour to Champa is probably a solid move, all things considered. I feel like if I didn't do this, I probably would have forgotten something. Hello. Welcome to our inn. It's 175. No, thank you. I apologize, old lady. I don't need to stay here right now. I do not require the needs. Oh. We have all sorts of items for you. You have 3 items. I'm sorry, lady. Wait, artifacts. Do you have the second book? No. Okay, good to know. Okay. Let's see. Where is Obaba? They said I should go talk to Obaba, but I don't actually think I remembered where Obaba is, but go look around a little bit. Oh, there's Champa Village. I see. Ah! Oh, that's not good. Okay, I am actually going to use... I think I'm going to try my best to actually... Might be able to shut them off? Block those sign. We're gonna beast form so we can kill them. Alright, Synergy is sealed. Genuinely, that is actually kind of sick. It's such a shame because I know binds won't work on any other fight, but I think just knowing alone that it's a tactic is going to be good enough for me. Okay, this thing is deader than dead. 360 damage. Oh, good lord. Yeah, no. I think Sveta might be the fastest way to destroy a fight. Champa. Alright, so this is Champa proper. Remains of some unfortunate soul. Fires go out, Obaba won't last. We have to keep finding more fuel to keep her safe. Where's Obaba? Is Obaba in here? Whoa. This is a dangerous attack place to be, though. Make sure to reset Sveta's Djinn after the fight. When you say reset, what do you mean? They're not on standby. Is there a thing that can happen if she that resets that says puts her Djinn on standby? Yeah, she wasn't in that form long enough. Actually, a bit of a... Actually, I just realized, is it... I'm wondering now, is it like based on the number of turns she's in the form? I'll have to keep an eye on that. I didn't actually consider that was a possibility. I'll have to keep track of that. At least as best I can. Here. Oh, I can go this way. I got this one. My thermal synergy can create a solid updraft of warm air. Thermal synergy. Doesn't work everywhere, but it's great in a spot like this. Now I can go... Oh, here we are. Now I can go talk to Obaba. And what a sad sight to see, though, huh? Her beast form ability makes her Djinn, uses her Djinn to maintain the form, so after a certain amount of turns, she'll turn back to normal. I see. That makes sense now that I understand it, but that does also... That kind of tracks with how I understand it, what it did. I didn't really notice it. I noticed it during that one boss fight that I had, that her Djinn was reset, and I don't think I correlated that that was why, but I know that I did have to reset those. What's this? Cave door key to Tyrell. Okay. Can I read this piece of paper? No. Map of the world. I mean, I guess this is Briggs's place. I think the overwhelming melancholy in this place is rather interesting. Great grandma. That voice, Elio. Oh, hey, Baba. Oh, well. Here I thought you'd been captured by Beastmen. Turns out you were making friends. Aw. Wait, you? Hello, Baba. Baba looks closely at Kraden. I haven't seen you in 30 years. Yes, the old man. I remember you. Cradle or something. You look the same as you did then. How could that be? It's Kraden, actually. It's also a long story. Before you guys get started, I got something I gotta say. Can I say my piece? I don't know. It sounds like I'm not going to like it, but I suppose I'd find out eventually anyways. During the Battle of Morgul, Dad... Ah. Briggs put up a good fight? Oh, yeah, he sure did, Great Grandma. But he's gone ahead of me. Looks like your Obaba is doomed to unhappiness. Those will be following him soon enough. I'll be sure to give him a good talking to when I see him. Now, Kraden, you were exposed to the golden sun and you can't age. Does that sum it up? Well, yes. Lived so long and bones already old. I don't envy your gift. Who are the rest of you? Probably a ragtag group of scrappy heroes out to stop the nasty eclipse, eh? Good. Oh, that's nice. The old man can tell you have a knack with fire in the forge. Baba's actually older than Kraden. I can sort of see it. It's just very funny because didn't we see her before? Find any interesting materials, bring them to me. I'll make you gear you can't get anywhere else. Going to, great grandma. See you around. Thought as much. Good luck. I feel bad for Obaba because she's just hanging out here. Got some pretty rare materials there. If you want some material work done, where is it? This thing. I make something out of quality Zol? Yes, please. I can definitely make something impressive with it. Come back later and see. Okay, that's actually going to be pretty cool. I'm wondering, I don't know, I imagine it'll take a little bit, but I'll have to come back here at some point to get that. Now, the only other thing I have to do is I will have to, at some point, I have to figure out where that cave, the cave thing goes. Where does that? Oh. Elbit wooden box. She put the trident back together and lost ages to beat Poseidon. Yes. Okay, that's where I remember her from. Because I remember, you know what's funny enough? I remembered the name Obaba. I remembered the name. I just couldn't place it. You know, it was like I knew I had heard it before, but I wasn't really sure when. I didn't know the when of the name. I just knew that there was I knew that there was a name, that the name was familiar. Which is funny, given that everything else, my brain has the darndest time trying to remember, but for some reason I can remember that I did hear the name. Okay, there was that one stairwell I didn't go up, so I wanted to see what was up there. It was in here. There's another stairwell right there. I would like to see. Where are the forges? Yes. Okay, so we'll have to come back later and get the thing. I do just want to look. You can actually just leave and come back in and the item will be done. Oh, like you just leave. So I can just leave the town of Champa and it'll give me the thing. Okay, cool. That's actually a lot quicker too, because I can just go up and down this and then... Why did I do that when I... Yeah, whatever. I don't think it matters all that much. Tomato, tomato. I get down to the bottom either way. I think the vines are more so to circumvent other things. It's just like, oh, okay, cool. Well, either way, up and down I go, I suppose. Should look around the town a little bit more and make sure I'm not missing anything else that I want to find. Anything else I need? I feel like half the time exploring in games like this, it does sometimes end up in that same situation though, where I will be... you just kind of end up taking the long way by default, you know? Oh, this is the door we can... Oh, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to save my game really quick. I'm going to save the game. I am going to save the game because if I go down this area and there's like... I don't know, demon of the fifth empire in this place, I would rather not, you know? Cave door key. Is there going to be a boss in here? Oh no, there's stuff. 88 88 coins. What a specific and useless number. 8 coins. Is there going to be 888 coins? Sure, Janet. There aren't any more points of no return. I see. That's pretty good. At least that means that as long as I do my due diligence and look around the places, I should be fine. So we'll have to look around. Is this gonna be like 7 coins? Oh, it's a gold bar. Oh no, it's Orichalcon. I'm sorry, why is it called Orichalcon? Orichalcon? Is Orichalcum's not... Orichalcon's not a copyrighted term. Or is it just called Orichalcon because it's like they just wanted to be cool about it? So I was gonna say, I don't think Orichalcum's a copyrighted thing because multiple games use that term. Because it's a mythological thing, not a... It's a mythological material, but it's not like a... It's not a copyrighted material, I don't think. How crazy would that be? You copyright an entire mineral. Is that a thing? Do you think somebody's ever... Kind of a weird question, but do you think somebody's ever copyrighted like like an alloy or something? Like a particular mix of metals, and they just copyright it because it's like, hey, we don't want anyone else being able to do that. I know, I guess ancient civilizations used to do that, but that was just called keeping your secrets. And they would usually do so by just killing the dude, but, you know. New gear's ready. Take it with you when you go. What is this? Air bangle. Alright, old lady. Can you please take this Orichalcon? Okay, we're gonna go back and forth, and we're gonna acquire whatever we can from the stuff she gives us. So we have the two things, we might as well see what we get. At least with the specialty equipment, it always feels like it's worth it to do this sort of kind of backtracking type of stuff. It's always worth it because this sort of equipment's always nice. Speaking of, I should probably check what that air bangle even does. Boosts wind power. Okay, well, we're gonna need to give this to Karis then. It's 1 point of defense higher. Very cool. I think it's because it was a typo in the second game and they might have kept it as a cute little callback or something. That makes sense. Well, and it's like, funny enough, if you make a typo or a mistranslation in one game, if people consider that to be, oh yeah, that's the canon material name, it's kind of like, well, how do you begin to tell people that that's wrong? And you turn it, you like change it later, you know? So I could definitely see that being a thing. I could see that being a thing. The Big Bang gloves. Oh, we can just equip these because it boosts firepower, so we might as well just equip that. Dang, okay. What does the Aegis shield do again? What does the shield do again? Boost criticals. Oh, that's why. That's right, I remember. It boosts. It's the shield that boosts criticals. They call it the Aegis shield, even though an Aegis is a shield. It's like naming your sword blade. You know, it's like, yeah, man, that's what swords are. What a concept. What a concept. The sword is a blade. How exceptional. Oh boy, it just feels. It feels very pedantic to poke fun at that, but it is kind of funny. Actually, I could just use Storm Ray instead and see what happens. I wonder if we're gonna do... Are we gonna do enough damage? We might. Oh, it almost was. It was almost enough damage. Man. Alright, that guy's dead. That guy's dead. Okay, cool. Zed is now level 34. I feel like her attack going up at all is enough for me to celebrate. Also, we're at the hour mark, essentially. I hope everybody's having a good week. For my part, the first 2 days of my work week were pretty productive in terms of actually doing work. I was working on the part-time job stuff. But then today I had to spend most of my day out doing yard work because I needed to. It's stuff I needed to get done. And it also worked out pretty nicely because I did that, and then also in between stuff I made a pie because I wanted to. And I have a fair number of blueberries from going picking a while ago, so well, not a while, it was like last week, but need to use those. Tough thing sometimes is that some days they don't feel productive in the way that I think that most people would consider a day to be productive. If that makes sense. The glaciers around Emil are to the far north. Oh, they're over there. Okay, so I need to go to the other side. Okay. I'm guessing all the stuff I'm doing over here is either optional or stuff that I could do later. Okay, well that sucks because that means I'm gonna have to take the longest heck trip all the way up and around to get all the way over to to get all the way over there. It's gonna take me quite a bit. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long trip. Oh, we got him. The Gilman is gripped by an evil spirit, of course. I understood some of those words. If nothing else, this will be some leveling that'll save us some time later. Unfortunately, we're going to need to, we're going to be here for a bit because we're going to have to travel the whole way. I think this is probably the bit of the game I would be like, yeah, I think this is where we, you know, kind of... I'll hem and haw a bit before being like, yeah, this is a bit of a problem. This boat is a bit of a sin. It's curious, though, because this game would have had... I know this is a bit of a comparative analysis, which isn't fantastic, but it would... The developers would have had... At this point, this would have been, what, 2000... When did this game come out again? I'm going to double check just for my own sake so I can think about... I know it's past the 90s, so there's all the games I want to reference are... It was 2010. Yeah, so... Yeah, 2010, definitely. It would have had basically all of the classic Final Fantasies to look at and say, okay, here's what ships should do. It even has its own, like the first two games as reference point of, here's how fast the ships go. I don't think it would be as egregious if it was like, I would say like, I don't know, like even just 5% faster, you know, just that little bit faster, you know? Like, just a little bit more speed, you know? Not a whole ton. It doesn't need to be that much faster, but just a little bit more speed. I would say, you like, where... You know how, like, I'm using the fast forward to go like this speed? I would actually say, like, 50% of that, of, like 50%... of that increased speed. I'm kind of describing that poorly. I guess what I mean is, like, if it was somewhere between the speed I'm going with the fast forward on and the speed that you go normally, that would be just fine. I would have no complaints if it was that speed, because it would be fine enough, you know? But the fact that it's just the perfect amount of slow where it feels aggravating, you know, it's kind of like waiting. It's kind of like waiting for the elevator, you know? Like, you are still making progress and you're moving at a decent clip, but it is not fast enough for you to not be a little impatient with it, you know? It's like it's like being stuck behind a slow walker at the grocery store. It's like, it's just slow enough to be annoying, but you're still technically making progress, you know? Like, you are still going forward in the aisle, but to what end do you see that and go, yeah, man, this is perfectly fine? Then again, I am also a chronic fast walker. It's funny. I think this is also something that affects how I build my games as much as it affects how I play them. I am actually I'm very bad about taking transitory spaces in the right speeds. Because when I play some games, I will take my time to explore everything, and I could draw out a hallway into like an episode, you know? Oh, cool. The ship crashed and we were not able to help. Well, that's upsetting. But yeah, no, it's just like, it's one of those things where whenever I stare at, like, whenever I go through places in video games, it's like the liminal spaces in a video game are the parts that are the most bizarre to try and judge. Because hallways and pathways they're made with intentionality, because in video games, even if a liminal space exists where the whole point is that you go from point A to point B inside of it, they still have to be intentionally made with a particular sort of level design type of focus, right? Whereas when you're talking about something like, because when you, like, say for example, you build like a real building, right? Let's use an academic hall in a college, right? If you build all the classrooms, it's like, okay, how do you connect all these classrooms? You do it with hallways. In video games, there are spaces that work like hallways that, I know literally there are literal hallways as well, but the big thing is that there are spaces that work like hallways, where the whole point is you are not supposed to stay in them. If you're standing inside of them for too long, that's not the point, you know? And I would argue that there's a fair number of spaces in video games that are not meant to be lingered in. I would argue that some games make the mistake of making these hallway spaces the point. And for some players, that can be very grating if the whole thing is basically you're traveling from space to space, but you're stuck within the transitions, you know? That's kind of where I think it can be tiring for some people. I would actually, you know what's the funniest thing? I feel like the mistakes some open world games make, not all, I would not say all, but I would say some, is whenever an open world game does that, where they make the majority of the game transitory spaces, where it feels like you're never actually meant to stay in any one place. It feels like you never get a chance to settle in, and you never quite, because you don't remember much if you're always moving from space to space without thinking about it. Like, great example, like back to the hallway thought. If every area is a hallway, why would you bother to remember it, right? Like, I can vaguely picture the hallways in my college, at my college, for example, in the, you know, the academic buildings and the dorms, but mostly I remember the rooms. You know, you remember the spaces where you were lingering, the places you made consistent trips to, where the point was that you were going to be there. Iceberg Outpost. Get there? I don't think I can get there right now. Huh? Well, this is ominous. Want something from me. Can I use a synergy? Insight, what do we got? Oh, it's the third eye. Hang on. Can I use it? Say that now is not the time to use. I'm happy managed to snag a free Stromboli tonight. Free Stromboli? Brother, that sounds pretty good, actually. I haven't. When was the last time I had Stromboli? I can't remember the last time I had a Stromboli. And nah, I kind of want Stromboli. It says to use the third eye here, but I cannot use the third eye. I'd have to guess then that this means the third eye must be... I'm gonna come back to that. Okay, I'm gonna go look around at the other... I'm gonna go over to the other area and see if there's anything over there. But I think that when open world games become too much about the travel, I would actually say... I can think of another example of a game that does this a bit too much. Even though I do like the game a fair bit. Alright, I forgot. You need to do the progress I have for you before you can get the kids. Whoops. I see. That makes sense. But, I think Final Fantasy 15 actually had this exact problem, where it was a lot of open space, which for some players is going to be so cool because you get to travel big distances, but for other players it's going to be very frustrating. But every video game sort of has this relationship with travel that is a bit tenuous, because you don't want the player to be doing nothing but transitioning between things, right? It's the same thing with like loading screens too, you know? It's like loading screens are also part of that, where you can't keep your player in nothing but loading screens, right? Okay. Where am I? Oh, I got outside. Ooh. Guess now my question is if can we go this way or ODaM? All right, kill that guy. But yeah, I think thinking critically about this game, I think the unfortunate thing is the boat is a transitory mechanic. You know, it's the sort of thing where being on this boat is very much you are going to be on this thing for a long period of time, and that long period of time is going to be spent just kind of skinwalker. Well, that's kind of weird. I saw the name of that enemy and I'm a little bit confused, but all right, we're good. Interesting name for an enemy. In any case, I do think that parts of this game really work well with it. I think the like buildings, dungeons, and I would say towns are pretty darn good about avoiding this problem. But I would say that this game's its Achilles heel really is that I think the boat is probably the thing that kind of it makes overworld travel a little less exciting. Which I think is more unfortunate for the game than being like a genuine dig at it, I would say. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's so. I would definitely say I don't think it's so bad that it ruins anything. I think it's more just like, kind of a whatever part of it. Kind of feels like, okay, we could have done without, you know, we could have done with this being a little bit more adjusted. Like a certain adjustment would have made it just fine, you know. Okay, fight's over. I feel like by the time we get around to anything, we're going to be very strong. I do hope that Alex is. I found out recently that in true lore, Native American medicine men are actually skinwalkers depending on intent and actions. See, I guess this is one thing I'm not sure about. I feel like whenever I see the phrase skinwalker, it always feels like yeah, there it is. But it says here that a skinwalker is a malevolent witch who gained the. It's like, here's the thing. It says that there's somebody who transforms into an animal or disguises themselves as an animal by wearing a pelt. But I think the thing is that it's like you don't really talk about it. Like that's like it's not talked about amongst people who aren't Navajo. It says Navajo specifically, so it's kind of like it's one of those things where it's kind of like I don't really think it's because it says that they're just medicine. It says that they're like it says here that the idea is that they're supposed to be the antithesis, but it's like they're supposed to be like opposite of medicine people. But I'm like, it just kind of seems like they're medicine people, dude. But I don't really. The thing that I kind of see is that it's kind of like, okay, well, it's pulling on magic. It's on the realm of. It's also in the realm of culture that I don't think I have the authority nor the resources to speak on, because just jumping the Wikipedia page to see what's going on over there feels like a bad move, you know. The door is firmly shut. What does this thing want? Third eye again. Okay, so this thing also wants the third eye, but we can't use the third eye. This thing does not work. Okay, so unfortunately I have to run all the way back because I can't do all this. It also seems to me like I can't. Seems like I can't do anything up here, so I have to. God, that means I have to. I just realized that means I'm gonna have to leave and go all the way back through. Oh God, that's gonna be a long trip. But I guess with this kind of comes back to some of the write what you know thing. Is researching stuff like this is very important, because funny enough, this is actually something that's affected my own writing. I try my best to avoid referencing like, particularly I try to avoid flagrant representation of Native American ideas, mainly out of perspective. I don't really want to misrepresent them, you know, because to me it feels like it's kind of a complicated thing anyway for me, because my education very much understood the positive roles that Native American... It was actually brought up in a Reddit horror story podcast thing that was talking about it, whether completely true or not. It was something I heard. Yeah, it's like, well, and from what I just saw in the Wikipedia, it was basically like the positive valence is medicine men, negative valence is skinwalker. But the tough thing is that it's not lore or culture that is discussed widely outside of the Navajo people. So it's something that it's one of those cultural, like one of those terms used by tribes that is kind of exoticized, because oh, you hear the term and that sounds really cool, and oh, what is it, oh, it's someone who transforms into an animal. Okay, let's use that for our D&D monster. Kind of like Wendigo. Like Wendigo isn't really a thing outside of the context of the Native American belief system, so it's kind of hard to displace that and put it on another fiction or a culture and have it work properly in that sense. So it's definitely one of those things that it kind of falls into the realm of storytelling that I always find a bit, it's dodgy. It's the thing I would find that I would be very leery to put my hands on without proper research, you know? Like, case in point, I think like I've said, I think it's one of those things that I would probably never use in my stories unless I did a ton of research. Actually, on the note of stuff like that, I have written short stories and I've written papers, you know, that are, you know, I've written research stuff like that, and I've done stuff like this. It's just one of those things that I would definitely want to be on the up and up with, like, current modern understanding and research and context. Because I wouldn't want to... For me, I feel like respect is the #1 aspect of storytelling. Forgot, but didn't we see a Wendigo monster in The Legend of Dragoon? Maybe? I can't remember off the top of my head, but maybe. It's one that would definitely be one of those things I don't remember off the top of my head. But that sounds right. Well, because I know that in the 90s and 80s, a lot of Japanese games did that. Like, you acquire... Actually, a lot of anime and manga did that, too, now that I think about it. Because they would, like... I feel like they would get... I swear it was one of those things where they would get like an American history textbook or something, and then just pop it open and be like, oh, that term sounds cool, we should use that in our next story. And they would just find stuff like that. Funny enough, it's the sort of thing that you would spread information... And even if it's incorrect, if somebody says, hey, that's actually incorrect, it's usually, nowadays, especially the internet, people are quick to send to, you know, the ripples will send out and people will try to correct the information when it's sent out. Some people fail to correct that incorrect information, but, you know. How the heck did I get over here? I straight up forgot. I straight up forgot how we get out of here. So here's the... God dang it. Well, like I said, on the plus side, we're going to be a lot stronger by the time we're done here. And this is going to be... We're going to be a lot stronger by the time we're done. But that sounds right when you say it like that. But yeah, this week, I will also say, this week, in terms of work stuff, it was funny, actually. I worked on the enemy AI in the game I'm working on, and I did actually succeed in getting it to do what I wanted. I was actually pretty happy with getting a lot of work done on that. But today I had to spend a lot of time outside. I had to do some, like I said, I had to do yard work. Okay. I think if I tornado, that might kill the majority. I'm gonna rampage. I think Rampage, I feel like Rampage is the one that actually costs us the most in terms of how much. I think this is the one that, I like the new Fox model. Thank you. I'm wondering how, I want to make sure that, you know, it's like if I make a bunch of aesthetic changes, I would like to make sure that they still feel in line, you know? And I was saying it earlier, I do like the idea, of, it feels a bit silly to put it like this, but I do kind of like the idea of every time I get a new model, I'd like to commission a new artist to do it. If I'm gonna keep getting new models, I think I like the idea of I'll take the Iron Mouse idea and just do like, yeah, let me get like different, like she does the thing though where most of them look pretty similar, but I think the concepts are drafted by new people. But I feel like I like the idea of trying to regularly acquire a different art style for every new form. I think the next one I'd like to actually get a redraw of the one I have with the Velvet Room, like with the Velvet Room attendant hat, with like Elizabeth's hat and all that. I think I'd actually like to take that one and have it redrawn, but like get a proper Velvet Room outfit. I think that would be very cool. I think a proper Velvet Room look would be kind of sick. Because then I'd actually look like, it'd be a Persona 3 and 5. Basically be a Persona homage, which would be kind of sick. I would very much appreciate that. I feel like I should do that if I'm going to get that. I should probably get that before I play Persona 4, you know? But maybe. We'll see. I think some of it's because I like the idea. It's kind of like when we play all these different video games, we have different art styles we run into. I like the idea of all of them being, we have all these different art styles that it's kind of like I literally am changing art styles to enter different spaces, which is kind of neat. I like the flair of that. That's pretty good. Where am I? Truly. I swear to G, I have been lost like half the time when we're out here. Okay, so we're outside the icebergs, thank God. Okay, we're no longer in iceberg heaven. Where am I? Good God. Man, the Eclipse enemies, this is pain. Like, the sheer number we have to deal with is crazy. Gotta stretch every now and then. Oh boy. Kind of wondering if it was worth it to even transform into beast mode. Oh, it probably wasn't. Oh, we can rampage. I know where progress is now that you're out. Okay, very good, very good. Ah, yes, the rampage on one enemy. Of course. I'm kind of wondering now what is the rate that Sveta uses up Djinn to maintain the beast mode? Because it seems like it must be after her first turn in the form, because when you transform, it's not, you don't lose one, but you clearly... I'm gonna get 5 seconds of travel for every 50 fights I get. Destruct Ray. Oh, we have Destruct Ray now. Sick. I do appreciate that each of the adepts have slightly different move pools, because that means that they're engaging with their respective elements differently. Like Karis being very wind focused while Sveta's very lightning focused is kind of sick. I think it's a fun differentiation without being so far out there, you know? Okay, also, yeah, we are leveling up too fast. This is too much. I think this might actually crack the balance that I was already... It's already been tenuous, and now it's like, okay, now what do I do? You know? With this power, I can just, like, with a snap of my fingers, I can destroy half the game's enemies. Yeah, I think a Destruct Ray will be more than enough. Okay, so where are we at? Where are we going? is the question. Progress is in Yamada. Trying to remember where Yamada is. I'm gonna need to... Oh, because now I have the third eye. Because I have the third eye, so now I can do stuff, I'm guessing. I'm guessing that the third eye is what I needed. Maybe. Let's see, where is Yamada again? Atlas. I know I've been there. Where is Yamada? Yamada is over there. Okay, got it. That's pretty easy. Cuba turned 90 degrees. It kind of looks like it's like Japan Mini. Ah. Like it's like truncated Jamaica. Okay, yeah, we are absolutely demolishing enemy fights now. Okay, so there's Yamada. Yamada, Tamada, Neuro Oblongata. I don't know what I'm saying, to be honest with you. Oh boy. I will say, I think the DS and the PS1 is like that Venn diagram of like modeling. I feel like handheld games with 3D models, I feel like this stuff might be some of my favorite work, like how much you have to do to get it to work right. You know what I mean? Like just the amount of work it takes to get 3D models to work on a system like this. I think I appreciate it more and more as I get older. But also, I feel like this is the kind of art style that is so replicable now at such a smaller scale in terms of developers. Because the common knowledge and the resource ability, I feel like it would be so much easier to make a game of this scale nowadays. In Yamada, can I talk? You know what? Now that I have... What do I need? Can I... Oh, you know what? It's the girl who's sleeping. Can I go talk to her again? I remembered. Because she's still unconscious, so let me go see if I can wake her up with something. Hello, lady. I have the item. What did I get again? Got the item of the the seal. Can I use the orb? Now is not the time to do that. Oh, the third eye. Whoa. Oh. What was that? What did you do to Hebe? I asked you what you did to my daughter. Oh, there she is. That's stone like an eye. What just happened? Oh, she's sitting up. Is that still Hebe or? What is happening? Wait for it. No, Hebe's awake now. It worked. She's awake. Well, that did it. Roy, so that's what it was. What is happening? You've just seen it with your own eyes. Suppose I have. She was chosen by the Watchtower's treasure. So why was she chosen by the Watchtower's treasure? Chosen by a treasure. I guess that's what they meant about the treasure guiding us. Old. Demands more of an explanation. Oh, she gained the ability to float. That's unfortunate. Allow me to give it, Papa. I have to help these people stop the eclipse. Little Hebe, you've just woken up. You're not making any sense. There's no time. I have the overwhelming feeling that the eclipse mustn't continue unchecked. Luna Tower consumes light, casting a grave eclipse that chases away all that is holy. She got a third eye and suddenly she's speaking malarkey. What is happening? The eclipse tower doesn't merely obstruct light, it actually absorbs it. What the heck? Chases away the holy, eh? Who would have thought holiness could be chased? Brayden, have you never seen a nun? Some guys just don't know well enough what to leave alone. Can't explain why I know these things, but I do. The Grave Eclipse brings fiends to our doorstep. The shadows overran Berlin. The people suddenly found themselves in a city of monsters. I look out over the mainland. Shadows cover everything I can see, even to my eye. Kampa. The tower is filling itself with the light it steals. When it gathers enough, it'll release it all. What's happening to the tower while it fills up? It is siphoning all light from the world and emitting darkness. I think you could help us stop the eclipse. How are we to do that? We can amplify the light going into the tower. The machine will be forced to stop. Amplify the light. How can we do that? The device called the Apollo lens. Fortunately, you've already supplied it the power it needs. Apollo lens. Ad break. Okay, we're going to take one moment. Hang on. Okay, it was an ad break. I could take a moment. I will not tell a lie. I was a piece of my own pie that I made today was placed before me. It has been sitting in front of me this whole stream, or like at least for 30 minutes. Thankfully, it is not affected by temperature, but my brain has been like I've been looking and staring at it like. What's that one? It's that one picture of Homer where he's like standing over Moe. He has like that blank look in his eyes. Looking like that. Staring at it. I was just like, yes. Yes, of course. Yes. No. I don't know why. I feel like even if I don't do a good impression, I really like doing a Beerus impression. I don't think I can imitate Beerus from Dragon Ball very well, but I just like doing the I think it's just one of those voices that it's always a funny bit when during when I'm playing with my friends. Thanks to this point, I found out how much of the game has been completed thanks to Google. Apollo lens is connected to the other alchemy and machines you have dealt with. By activating them, you provided its power. Great, let's get it running then. You're speaking to me again. We must first remove the lock or the machine will not operate. One must be clothed in shadow. It's like shadow clothes, never simple. He is an EG. The lock is in the central continent. The Umber gear is scattered across the world. Umber gear. How are we supposed to find this Umber gear? You bring me to the right areas, I'll guide you with my search synergy. Each piece is hidden. Okay. Morgul's oldest records include an Umbra map with the locations marked on it. Records of Morgul were taken as spoils of war when Sana conquered Bolinsk. Ancient Morgul map in Sada, we must investigate. Ready for another trip? Does sort of feel like Destiny, doesn't it? Every moment is precious, so we should depart soon. Himi joined the party. Thank God. Onward. On hearing Himi's words, I know she truly was born to stop this terrible... She was literally born to do so. And knows I cannot selfishly force her to stay here. I wish it were otherwise. Himi, before you go, you should pay respect to Uzumi's grave. I will, Father. Okay. Let me check Djinn really quick, because I want to see something. Oh my God, she comes with extra stuff. Yes. Hang on. We can make this happen. Ah. Actually, Sveta getting even more power is almost cruel. Truly a cruelty. Go. This over. We're very close to having everything we desire. We're doing pretty good on the front of... On the front of having the Djinn done, we're doing pretty good. Let's see, so that's a flat power boost. I want to see that. I want to see... Oh, that one's a... Wait, is that attack 438? Was. Alright, we're going to swap this in. There we go. Okay, so now our power level is maximum. Okay, we can see how many Djinn we're missing because we have 8 party members. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I was correct. So there's 11 left. Got it. Across the whole world, that's kind of surprising. Well, that also tells me that we're kind of close to the end of the game then. Because 11 Djinn would imply that we're, like, at least to me, that's like, okay, we've gotten pretty much all of them then. I asked the doll. It is good to see you, Himi. Antazume. Yours is a unique gift. You can witness the essential truth of a thing. Essential truth of a thing. See a great destiny before you. You will guide your companions to important works. No obstacle can stand before you when you combine your strengths. Well, that's nice. Use the hand and the eye to open the door behind me. Find the lock in these ruins, then proceed west to Tanfan to get the key from the Emperor there. Heirs of the Warriors availed. Please look after Hime. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Spirits of the Dead. So behind her... Whoa. I don't think I did what I wanted. Just curious, would you like to know what percentage Google gave of progress? Whoa. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious, but I don't know if I need to know. I feel like this one, it's like... I don't know. I feel like I'm good. But I think that's only because... I think... Whoa. I think right now, I'm pretty confident I have an idea as to how far we are in, but... What is this? Masamune. Is it Masamune a cursed weapon? No, it is not. It's just a cool weapon. Okay. I'm gonna equip that, because that sounds pretty sick. Cool. I now have the Masamune. As nothing quite says, it's time to win. It's time to win everything, like equipping a legendary katana. Huh. Oh boy, when both gems shine, the Eye of Truth opens and reveals the light. Cool. Cool means in 1 hour I bored it out. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is one thing when it's like, when it comes to spoilers and stuff, like when we were playing Routine on Sunday, it was like, that is one thing where it's like, you have to kind of like, wait, what did that say? Yeah, I kind of was like, whenever if I wanted assistance, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you kind of have to play it careful, you know? What is it saying? Jim points the way to the one who sleeps beneath the land. What does that even mean? Okay, can I even reach the other side? I'll double check while I'm here, but I don't think I can. Make that jump? Okay, so this means the other room... This other room has to be where the solution is, but I don't know how to... How does one... It points the way? I think I don't understand. Crimson Gem points the way to the one... Crimson Gem. I have the... Is it a gem? Sandburns. You know what? Maybe I should just... Anytime I don't know what to do, maybe I should just Insight Synergy immediately. Nope, nothing. Okay, good to know. Is it just use Himi's new funny search? No. So it wants me to... I feel like I don't actually understand what this is telling me. Crimson Gem points the way to the water sleeps beneath the land. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is it an item? Is it... Do I have an item for this? I don't even think I have an item for this. I have the funny blue sphere. I don't have anything else. I don't think I actually understand what this is asking me to do. The trouble is that I don't really know what it's asking me to do. All I know is that it clearly has an idea of what I should be doing. I'm kind of wondering now, am I supposed to be here? Because I remember I was told to go get the thing. I was supposed to get the Umbra thing here, but can I even get it now? Is that even a thing I could do now? You know what? Can I just like shoot it with... Can I just shoot it with a fireball? Is that what it wants? No. Never is that easy, is it? Definitely feels like I do not fully grasp... Oh, my boy. Let me go get my boy. Boy, howdy. You know, I feel like sometimes when even when I get my new this new art styles, you only have one gem. It's saying you need two. What is the other gem? I have... Wait, what is the first gem? What's the first gem? And one gem is saying you need two. So I need to leave here, is what I'm hearing. I feel like I do not understand what this wants from me, but... Oh, the blue orb. Oh, so the blue orb. Okay. Where do I get the red? So do I need to get like a red orb or something? Oh, old lady. Okay. Well, probably need to... Oh, I need to go to Tonfon. That's right. I need to go to Tonfon and go get the thing. That's what it is. So I need to go to Tonfon and then we'll be fine. It says that he has the key, so I need to go back to Tonfon again. That makes more sense. So we need to go to Tonfon, ask him for the key, go back with the key, and then use both of them to open the thing. That makes more sense. Oh yeah, that's right. I do have some advertisement to do myself. Red Genie is on sale right now for its 3rd year anniversary. So, if you know any friends who would like an RPG to play that's similar to Golden Sun, you should go tell them about it. It is Red Genie's 3rd birthday. And when I thought about that, it did actually strike me with the weight of a brick that, oh my god, my firstborn, you know, solo project video game is 3 years old already. And that did hit a little different. That did hit a little different, and it was very hard for me to understand. And this Halloween, it'll be 1 year since Madman's Dice came out, so both of my games are celebrating some pretty big birthdays, which is very wild. Hello, Emperor. Looking for the old map of Morgul. That I gave the map to my brother some time ago. If anyone has it now, it'll be his son Ryoko. Ah, I have to go find him in the upper reaches. This part of the game is a bunch of being lost and going to every island and everything that looks reachable to find what you need, and it sucks. I feel like this kind of goes back to that thing I said earlier about, specifically about how this game, like transitory spaces, but by extension, I feel like the difficulty with this game is that it is being stuck in the process of elimination in a large world, like where you need to go, is very not fun. It's funny, actually, because there are games that try to combat this by having quest markers and doing all that hubbub. But I feel like the quest marker thing and having like all of your quests kind of direct the player completely, it kind of negates the point of like having your big open world in the first place. So it's one of those things where I could see somebody, at least in my mind, I could see somebody looking at something like this and being very frustrated at the fact that they have to go and they have to search every other area every time they go out. And combined with the fact that combat's already a bit easy in the first place, I kind of worry that you would end up playing this game in such a way that you have to wander so much and do all of this this trekking, this back and forth travel. I feel like you would end up eventually just getting tired and like you just become way too strong because you're leveling up so much from fighting all the enemies. And if you're running from everything, then it's kind of like, you know, obviously if you run from everything, that's one thing, but if you fight everything, that's actually, I feel like it kind of highlights the problem with this much travel and random encounter. It's one thing to do random encounters. It's another thing when, because they're completely inescapable, if you have to travel very large distances over a long period of time, and you can't avoid fighting, it can get tiring. So that can kind of suck, you know? On my neck. Ah. I definitely need to stretch more today during stream because right now my neck and shoulders are well, they're gonna hate me all weekend because anytime I have to do the weed whacking outside, it is never good on my neck, back, and shoulders, but oh well. It's a job that needs doing and I'm the one who does it, so it's more unfortunate, especially when I have to do it because the weather's looking bad. Do I know what my level was when I fought the final boss? I'm very curious because I feel like it's got to be either. I'm curious what's average, you know? Oh my god, the sheer number of lads. I'm gonna do Shine Plasma. I want to see what happens. Hit him with that Destruction Ray type stuff. Oh, I see. Sveta got to a point where she's faster than Roy now, so I can see now that we're already at the point that the damage and speed is spectacular already. 7,500 XP already? Still? Like, holy crap, dude. Dear God. What level am I? I'm level now? Oh, not encyclopedia status. Level 38 is our team average. I think I'm also mildly perturbed at the fact that we've been, like I said, I think with role-playing games generally, you want the player's level and the the expected enemy difficulty to be about the same. You want it to be a linear graph with a little bit of wiggle room for some of that interpolation, you know, like sometimes the player should be given a chance where they get to be kind of overpowered, and sometimes they should be put in a position where they absolutely shouldn't. Like, having a very hard fight is a good thing for the player. One thing I have learned is that some players become allergic to challenge when they become conditioned to think that they should just win, you know? And I think sometimes a game's best friend can be having something where you just, like, you just have to throttle your player a little bit. Got it to level 50 and kept dying. I got to it at level 50, kept dying to it, so I used random encounters in the boss room to fight as I leveled up. I didn't end up winning till level 56. Interesting. Okay. I feel like I actually would want to be like, because you want at level 56. I probably want to be either close to that or lower, personally. Because one thing I have found whenever I play role-playing games now, especially on stream, I actually, even off stream, I turn up the difficulty now, especially turn-based games. Turn-based games especially, I am like, okay, I'm gonna turn this up. Some games I don't hate myself enough to turn up the difficulty. Case in point, I will never do proud mode on Kingdom Hearts because that is just asking for pain. Like, that is asking for boss fights to be like 30 minutes. Like, even the first one. The encounters in the boss room are your new Wonder Birds. I see, okay. But I do find that when it comes to role-playing games, I really do prefer it when I get to be challenged. Because it really doesn't feel as fun to like overdo it, you know? I think it's funny because I know Persona 3, this actually happened kind of verbatim. That, okay, how do you get over there? Thing have a thing it wants? I see trees over there. I probably have to come from above. Yeah, I see it now. I have to go above and get there. I see. I see it now. Yes. That's the way out. Oops. Okay, well, I didn't do that correctly, so that's on me. Can't see a thing in this darkness. Thought I heard someone this way. Right, over there. Roy, is that you? Thought so. Hello, Ryoko. Oh, the old man. You see, Hosanna's in a bad way. Thought of a horde of monsters to protect this place. Thought I finished them all, but one was only wounded. I let my guard down. Aw, Hosan. Now that he is here, I can finally rest. Hosan, no, you can't die in this forsaken place. I won't let you. Hold on long enough for Roy to come back to take us all back to Sana, Hosan. That'd be a dream, but alas, one that cannot be. Aw, Hosan has to die too. Like one of, take care of them. Aw, poor Hosan. I mean, the fact these kids are still alive is kind of amazing. Those won't be easy, but we must ask. Do you happen to have an ancient Morgul map, Ryoko? Yes, Emperor Unan gave it to my father when he assumed governorship of Morgul. I mean, keep it with me. It does feel a bit insensitive to be like, behold the map. Now I can find the Umber gear. We should start the search right after taking them home. I mean, before I take them home, though, I am going to go searching for this the mythic present, the mythic gift. Hang on. I'm gonna go up and around and down and over. Cool. I see. Very good, very good. Why am I going that way? I feel like with games now, especially when I stream them, it has become my prerogative to challenge myself as best I can. Funny enough, there's actually another one I can think of game-wise where I've been challenging myself. I decided to play. I've been playing Jedi Fallen Order, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order on my own time. And what is that? Mithril Silver. Oh, that's for Forging. That's pretty good. But I actually decided to play that on the second highest difficulty. I think it was Jedi Knight. Or no, it was Jedi Master. But it was like, because I think I can handle it, and I've been handling it just fine, but it definitely feels like when I play games now, I want to press up to the limits of what I'm capable of. But I think I've also come to terms with the fact that some games, it's just not worth it. Like, some games I am not actually... It doesn't quite feel like I am actually gaining something for doing so, you know? I would say I would probably argue the games I feel the most incentivized to not overdo difficulty are horror games, and I would say... I think older games where all they did to make it harder was just pump up the stats instead of making them actually hard fights. Some roleplay games do this too. I think I can help with that. Let's see if this is Mount Aleph, so that's over here. Got it. I think I figured out where all we need to go. Let's see. We need to go over there, over there, over there. The other gear is certainly important. Should we get our guests back to Sana first? After the Gentleman Reef. Yes, let's get them to Tonfon immediately. To Tonfon! Immediately! I do like that when you speed up this music, it does sound like... It does kind of sound like the... It sounds like a dude is going at those timpanis like an actual madman. Where it's like... Dun, 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 dun. Just the slamming of timpanis. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what could be done to adjust to make an open world, because it interestingly, and it's something I'm kind of realizing about a lot of role-playing games, and maybe I think this game might be the best, maybe it's the best example of something that I kind of find to be an irksome trend. I don't know how best to say it, but it's like, you know, when you play a game and it's like, oh, it's an open world RPG, and oh, this game is too linear, or this game is, you know, it's like, we love the open world in this game, and then when you open the game up and you realize that you don't know what people don't know what they're talking about, because I remember people saying that Final Fantasy 13 was too linear, and that was something that I always thought was a confusing statement. I always thought it was a very weird thing for people to say about the game. When I was a teenager, right? And when I was a young adult too, I thought it was very weird. But now that I grow up, it feels kind of like I don't think people understand that there's a difference between truly open and just, not to be mean, but mildly directionless. Like, you tell the player where to go, but then you hand them a space that does not direct them to that area, right? And there's a difference between, like, that's sort of what I mean, is that there's this difference between a space, like a world in space that is that pretty much kind of keeps you closely pointed towards where you're supposed to go, which is a linear experience generally. But when I played Final Fantasy X, it was the same thing as 13 in regards to its organization. And games like this actually skew closer to older RPGs like Final Fantasy, like the early Final Fantasies, like 1 through 6. Where you're placed in an area and there are optional things right alongside the required things, and you're given a large enough world space to explore, but generally the best of these games don't give you such a large space that you can get yourself turned around. Which I would say is this game's problem, is that they've given us so much space, and as you guys have already seen, I just get lost wandering around because I just go where the winds take me and I just follow my heart, but that's not really conducive to actually finishing a game. So if you get stuck or lost walking around, you sometimes end up doing exactly this, where you just sort of wander your way up and down the world until you find where you're supposed to be. I think with this game in specific, it feels a bit like, okay, where are we going? Like, if I didn't have any sort of guidance with this one, Tales of the Abyss also has this like, I say problem, but this trait. I don't think it's really a problem, but I do think that it can become a problem if unchecked, you know? Like, some games make a point of giving you objective markers, or at the very minimum, trying to make sure you know where you're going. You know, they try to point you in the right direction before letting you loose. And I think the games that don't at least try to help you figure out where you are probably the ones that do this probably the least effectively, I would say. And I do think the Golden Sun games in general, like Golden Sun 1 and 2, kind of worked around this a little bit by having they pretty well limit your ability to travel the world until they know that you've known the world well enough on foot that giving you the boat doesn't feel like it confuses you. It just kind of opens the roads up, which is a different feeling than you don't know where you're going and how to get there, but you do know that, but you do at minimum know that you're looking for something. Like with this game, it feels like you're going to be looking for things more than anything, and that's a bit tough, I think. But I think for people who like this style of game, for you know, like the travel, I feel like this is kind of one of the platonic ideals of that notion. Like, hey, just let the player walk around, you know, don't. Because I think a lot of those players who say that, oh, certain games are too linear, I feel like they just remember that feeling of when the world opens up. And, I mean, heck, even Final Fantasy VII is linear up to a point. Your comments on direction reminds me of the Elder Scrolls series. You know, and funny enough, with bringing up the Elder Scrolls, when I played Oblivion and Skyrim, especially as a teenager, I found that part of the reason I would stop a playthrough and, like, I would reset a bunch of times does come from the fact that once the reins are loose, and yeah, there is a quest line, there's a main quest, sure, but the game is really built around the fact that you will not spend your entire life in game just doing the main quest. Like, there's more to the world than just follow the marker until you're done with the game, right? Like, that's not how it works. But when you play those games, though, I would say that part of the pains of games like that is the fact that without a direction, it's energy without a direction simply either sits where it is and burns out, or it takes the player off in random directions, you know? And it takes a fair bit of focus to say, okay, I'm going to just make myself go along this particular quest line. Wait, are you right, Lady Hinicho? I cannot find it. I must find it. If I don't, the children. Quite valuable. Perhaps the thief has taken it for himself. The children. Ryoko Hoju. You, mother. Oh, there they are. They get to be reunited. Thank God. The kids are safe. They're all right. You must both be exhausted. Hoju, you were in prison so long. It's a great relief to see you looking so healthy. Lady Hinicho is okay. Lady Hinicho, more to discuss. Will you take them to your chambers to see that they are taken care of? Or shall we? Aw. Alright, Ryoko, have fun. Or you and your friends have returned your children to me. I can never truly repay this kindness. Well, that's nice. Uncle's a generous man. I'm sure he'll give you a reward. Oh, dude, that was improper. What are you thinking of, dear sister? You didn't ask for help, but you gave it regardless. Why is my character looking away? He's like making a face. He's like, hmm. Oh, that's why. He's just like, hmm. Been a long time since my sister-in-law was so radiantly happy. I owe you much. And Roy's just standing there like, why am I being looked at? Or it seemed inadequate. Saving the world is sort of the family business for them. I hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah, it's true. No pressure or anything. How about you, Amity? My heritage is different, but I will not fail you. I'll fight for Belinsk. I do right. My first trouble in the Elder Scrolls series was Morrow. My first in the ES series, I had troubles in that one. You know what's interesting to me too is that I feel like in regards to that idea though, that when you give the player, even with a quest in mind, giving them a big open world with a lot of optional things to go chasing, some players, like, I think decision paralysis really is the problem. You know, it's one of those things that I feel like it's something that when it comes to game design, it's hard to field for, you know? Roy Award. These are things I'll speak with you about. Please come to my study as soon as you're able. Please join Lady Hinicho in the annex, then meet me in my study. Okay. So meet her in the annex, and then go to... Let's see. Okay. Then we go to meet him. Okay, got it. Bing bong. Lettuce. Alright, let's go. I mean, I know that with games like that, though, with the grand open worlds, the tough thing is trying to direct the player. Because you can't do it the same way that you do it in other games. I would even say that even the best open world games and games that pull on spawned the idea of the open world, some of those actually did have growing pains trying to figure out how do we best keep the player going in this space. But also, how do we present the world in a way that the player isn't getting constantly lost, right? But even smaller games have that same issue where you can get lost in there. I think it was the paralysis, it was the logs of the quest. 4 or 5 did leaps in that regard. Yeah, no, it's especially if you're in the middle of a quest line. I think quest descriptions have moved a long way in the time I've seen games evolve, you know? I think that is like 100% true though. Oh, lady. We've been waiting for you. Oh, hi. If I spend the next 100 years thanking you for saving my children, it still seems insufficient. Roy saved me twice now. Hardly seems real that I'm safely back home in Sana. Told you? Like, what's up with her? Thank you for your help in Morgul. I thank you. This has been a treasured family heirloom, but I want you to have it as a keepsake of your heroics. Lady Moon's ring to Tyrell. We will always live in debt to you, and I'll pray for your safe return just as I prayed for my children's. I'll be praying at her side. Please come back safely. Had powers like yours, I would see us through with you to the end. But I would be a distracting burden, so I have to ask you to do my share as well. And my guy's just like, yep. Hi, Hoju. Brother must like you very much. He spoke about you frequently during our exile. Well, that's cool. But I think that open world games do have there's a bit of a unique nature. I think there's a unique nature to it. Ring. Do I have any ring? I do not. I am going to give this to my guy, though. Let's see, let's get rid of the... I'm going to swap out... I guess I'll just swap out this. Equip Lady Moon Ring. And now I got the Lady's Moon Ring. Boost defense and resist. Pretty good. I do think getting lost is something that every game developer should be wary of. You know, it's like, if your players get lost regularly, Not even description. It was the log format itself. 4 or 5. You can at least find the proper logs. Three though is just weird. That's my opinion. I'll need to take a look when we get around to Morrowind. I'll have to take a gander. You know, I will have to see what is going on with that. So we'll end up seeing for sure. Hello, sir. Something of vital import that I must give you. Yes. First, let me be clear. You're searching for the Apollo lens, correct? And my information was correct. What information? Information from a man who calls himself Arcanus. It's Arcanus 2 Operang. And from the tower. What exactly did Arcanus tell you, Your Majesty? He said that would be visited by warriors seeking an end to the Grave Eclipse. They would be looking for the Apollo lens, a machine built by the ancients. What do you want you to do when this happened? He asked me to give you something. Is it valuable? What is the nature of this gift, Your Majesty? By the name, the Endless Wall does have an end point. The Apollo lens lies buried just past that point. In order to raise the ancient machine up out of the ground, you'll need 3 treasures. You may assume this is one of them. What are the other 2? Where will we find those? Arcanus claims you would already possess one of them. The orb my brother threw to us. You're right, Sveta, that must be... So wait, does Arcanus just know all this stuff, or... I see. I feel bad bringing it up, but it feels like a proper point to bring up. I mean, I feel like... Whoa. He's floating again. I seem to know the answer. Return to Nihon and visit Uzume's tomb once more. Arcanus is the puppeteer who brought about the Grave Eclipse. Why would he help us end it? Been wondering that myself. At least Himi's prophecy seems to agree with Arcanus. His kills still could be a trick, though. He preoccupied Kraden. What's wrong? Not sure. Is he our enemy, or does he simply help in his own way? He's been entirely inscrutable. Always? Oh yeah. Make it sound as if you've known Arcanus for some time. You know who the masked man is. Waste theory. You all apparently have things to discuss. You gonna tell us or what? Once knew a man, know that story will have to wait. He said, you don't want to say until you're sure. After all, he is an adept and might be related to one of us. I see. Maybe painful to one or all if we have to fight him. We won't badger you anymore if you promise to tell us about it some other time. As we set a date for a storytelling day, the day after we stop the Grave Eclipse. To the storytelling day. Emperor Unon, thank you for your assistance. I feel like they gave him way too much. They gave Kraden way too much leeway to dodge that question because he knows it's Alex. He knows it's Alex. Like, Kraden's not hiding that he knows who it is. It's just very funny that he's trying to hide it so hard. Okay. We have the funny orb. We have the ring. I still don't know how to get to that chest back there. I don't really know how to get up there. Okay, well, we're gonna keep going. I don't think there's anything else I'm missing at this point. I don't think. I think we're good for now. All right, I'm gonna change form myself. I want to go back to vintage form for a bit. I'm quite the only downside really with the form changes I've been having is that I'm trying to make sure that my setups are good for them. You know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure that the orientation is the same. Where am I going? Oh, you know what? One of them's over here, so we might as well go this way. Oh wait, no, we need the third. We need the third thingamadoodad. That's right. I need the thingamajig. Yeah. I need the third item, so I need to go back to... it does feel kind of awkward that I have to keep going back and forth between Tanfon and Yamada over and over again. Not a bad thing per se, but it is a little awkward when you have to keep going back and forth. Especially given how much time we're spending on the open Z's. God dang it. Okay. Eh. There we go. Yeah, I guess. But I think with open worlds, I find that players like having the... I think, funny enough, I think more players prefer the illusion of choice than they do actually having a choice. Because I think what I mean is, like, a player being guided towards something and being pulled along by the various hooks you leave out is generally a better experience, because the player is being... It's sort of like riding a roller coaster where the player is working with the expectations of the ride. Like, you and the ride are working together, and you are watching, like, you watch a turn coming up, so you naturally brace your body to take the turn with the ride. And that's the sort of thing that when you strip away that ability to visualize what's coming next, it actually does make the ride, and, you know, for example, you know, in general, the player, it makes them a little bit, it makes it a little harder to actually keep up, you know? If I use the... Can I use the orbs? Now is not the time to use that. But I use the crimson orb over here. But yeah, I do think that... I think that in the case of games like this, and I would say this also kind of points towards... I would say this also points towards games similar. I think this game's closer to the to the pixel era Final Fantasy games. Because when I played Final Fantasies 1 and 4 in my own time, there were most certainly parts of those games where I did feel pretty lost. I think especially with some of the... What on earth am I looking at here? Oh. Okay, I'd like to say that this one be here. I'd like to say. I need to push this one just so I can see. So I need... Feels like one of those you're watching, like you're dropping an item down and it's following the different paths until it hits the bottom. Like one of those. Oh, I did this wrong. I see. Okay. Nope, hang on. I did this wrong. Hang on. I need to move this one. Because this one needs to connect here. I think this is how it's supposed to be. I feel like I just messed it up, but I have no idea. We'll see. But yeah, I think that there's I think this game in particular, with how it handles, I feel like the thing I could notably go on about, like, with open world stuff as well, is just I think the aspect of these games that might be, maybe it's just hard to do. I think it's just hard to do without kind of losing the point, without losing the point of doing an open world, is that it's really hard to make an open world where you're not just going to have the player, you're not going to kind of hand move the player in a certain way, you know? I think now I need to swap these. I want to get the additional treasure of sorts. I think it's just swap these two. Did mention at the beginning of stream that I had an okay-ish dinner, and you know what's funny? The first place we were gonna go to today, because for once I was actually leaving my home to go to a place, and oh my god, the place we ended up wasn't fantastic, but it was just because I feel like if something ever says all you can eat and the objective of the place is to make sure you stay hungry, I feel like that's an antithesis to the point. You know what I mean? Okay, I think this is wrong, but I'm gonna try it just to see what happens. Okay, that didn't work at all. Theoretically, I'd want to be up there. And I'd want to... Yeah, I don't really... whatever. I feel like my desire for that box is less strong than my desire to solve this puzzle, I'm not gonna lie. Because you have to first... Because you'd have to be able to get down from there. Because you have to come from up there and do the puzzle. So how does one... Doesn't really make any sense, does it? I have no idea. Oh boy. I need R2-D2. I feel like I do. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay, hang on. So that gave me... Okay. That makes suddenly a lot more sense. Hang on. That suddenly makes a lot more sense, but also, man, that is annoying. Okay, so I have to change out for this one. I see. Yes. Okay, yes, thank you, game. Okay, I now understand what I need to do. Oh, I need... Okay. I need to... No, not what I wanted to do. God. I forgot. I just... Bleh. Okay, so I just need to push this over there and we'll be fine. It's not gonna be stupid and go down the other path first, right? Right? Okay, no, it didn't. I was about to say, please don't do that. Just don't do that, please. What'd I win? Thunder Crown. Question, is it cursed? Fantastic, it's cursed. Not putting that on Karis's forehead. That'd be the fastest way to get someone... That'd be the fastest way to turn someone into a demon. So guys, put the cursed crown on their head. Yes. I'm sure this will only work in strong favor for our teammates. You know, now thinking about it, I feel like linearity in a game is only punished. You know, it's only really talked about in a negative way when people explicitly are comparing it to... It kind of feels like the explicit freedom of the open world is coveted because a good open world game makes you feel like you can literally go anywhere, and in video games that used to be a big novelty. Maybe it's because games have really moved in the last, in the last few decades, that just having a big open world where you can quote unquote go anywhere kind of feels like it's lost, I I wouldn't say it's lost its luster, but it does feel like it's not as exciting as it used to be, you know? It kind of feels like it feels a little less fascinating now, you know? Half wonder if part of the open worlds, like that feeling of the open world, I half wonder what do you guys think makes your favorite open worlds? Like if I say like open world games, what are the ones that feel the best, you know? Because I can think of a few, because I think Skyrim, I will say that Skyrim definitely, I think Skyrim set the bar for open worlds for a very long time. And I think for some games, they took the lesson as that's how it's supposed to be, not this is a necessary step forward. Actually, I would say that's probably why the Outer Worlds and I would say Fallout probably suffered the worst of all from that sort of feeling. Where developers kind of had this weird like obsession with trying to make sure that if they're going to make an open world game, it has to have all the fixins of the game space that we expect it to have. Can I go that way? Oh, I see. So I need to fix the thing before I can break the thing. Understood. This I literally just changed by pushing this over here, so that's not too hard. Actually, a great example of this game using the linear form to make the game feel better. I feel like all of the dungeons in Golden Sun in general are really good. I would say even this game's dungeons, so I think these ones have been pretty good all the way through. Yeah, series, I'd say more ones at least beginning. I've never played and seen the first two. Funny enough, I probably should have played the first two. Kind of an odd thing to say that I should have played the first two. I own both of them. I just don't think I ever got around to playing them. I know Daggerfall is lauded as one of the biggest world maps in a game, which I have seen how they do it. It cheats. It kind of cheats that particular title. Feels very like, okay, yeah, you're not wrong, but you definitely are not correct in that statement. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of feels like yes, but actually no. You know what I mean? At least that's my opinion. I feel like because Daggerfall, the whole thing is it's procedurally generated between, and what it is that it's between cities. They kind of just procedurally generate the world you're in. And I feel like that, at least when it comes to, you know, the bigness of an open world, I feel like that's a bit of a cheat, but I think maybe I'm a bit too jaded. Fair. It's like, it feels like a cheat, but it's still technically correct. It's kind of like saying Minecraft has the biggest open world, which, yeah, it is. It is like technically an infinite size world, but would you ever say that that is like in the same running as like, I don't know, the size of, there's a video game called Fuel that's like the size of Connecticut, and it's like, would you put those two in the same conversation, you know? It feels a bit like that, where would you put these in the same discussion point if the world was made by hand versus being made by... Maybe to some degree, it's also that it feels different when somebody just kind of decides that it's that size. It kind of feels a bit like when somebody simply says that a character has, you know, a particular power scaling, you know, it's just like, well, yeah, you can say it all you want, but it doesn't make it correct, you know? You just kind of like, yeah, of course. M-Lock. Some of these Djinn look terrifying, others look adorable. I do like... Okay, hang on. I want to look at... Can I look in the... I'm going to look at the Djinn guide really quick. I want to see something really quick. Hemlock. Can I look at Hemlock again? I like that he's absolutely adorable. This one's fat. Magnet. See, like, this one's amazing. This one's built like Shield Boy. This one just... Okay, this one just kind of looks like he melted. I hate this one. That's evil. That's disgusting. Perfect. just looking through some of these, like, oh yes, this beautiful boy and his big eyebrows. Absolutely vile. Why is he built like that? Just absolutely vile. A cruelty. It just feels so... Chasm is terrifying. You know what? Hang on. I want to look through the Djinn guide. I feel like I'm going to do this again when we have all the Djinn, but... Yeah, Chill is like... I think Chill's perfect. In terms of, like... This is like the epitome of like the Mercury Djinn. This one is just fat. I like his big forehead. Why is... He's... Okay, this one's just rotund. This one feels sad, but like, you know, like a... I kind of want to kick it sort of way. This one's okay. I like this one well. He's fine. I like that he has color accents, but I'm not sure about his tail. It's kind of weird. Serac. Oh, Serac's just... Claw's just like cooler cousin Serac. Serac kind of looks like a Digimon. Dewdrop. Oh, he's okay. It doesn't really... It kind of feels more like a Cloud one. Torrent's okay. I think it's fine. I feel like the Mercury Djinn kind of got the short end of the stick because a lot of their designs are just so chopped because the face is kind of whatever. I think the face shape is what kind of ruins it for the Mercury Djinn. It does kind of screw it up for him. I feel like the Mars Djinn all have sort of... Yeah, this is like same face syndrome. Look at that. Like the same thing, but just like they gave him a cape. And this one's rotundity. I think this one's okay. It's still... I think the problem is that I think these two types of Djinn are like, they're almost like too similar, you know, like this one's fine. Oh, okay. Wrath has a unique design. That's kind of good. I kind of like that one. Chilly. Interesting. I like this one. That one's cool. Whoa. Oh, these are some of the ones that we got from Elio. I see. Stoke. I like, why does he have like the Crimson Chin type body frame? You know what I mean? He kind of looks like it's like his upper half is just the Crimson Chin, like, okay, can I just say, you ever just get one of those stray bullet thoughts that ruins your train of thought? I just had one of those, and for some reason it was, why isn't the Crimson Chin in Fortnite? And I hate that just happened to my, like, what? Why? It was just like, oh, I'm talking about the Crimson Chin. Oh yeah, I want him in like, why? I kind of want that now, though. I should post about that on Twitter. I should post about that. I don't know why. It just occurred to me that the funniest part, why is he's just a grenade. That one's just a grenade. Okay, now that one's not bad. Yuga's okay. Porch. He looks like a bird. I feel like some of these designs are kind of good, but some of them feel like it's the exact same face shape, and they're just kind of retrofitting different parts on the head. It's not quite what I would have wanted, personally. Okay, this one's... Okay, that's cute. Okay, Jolt is very cute. I like this one. Breath is okay. I feel like these ones, it feels like they're having a bit more fun with some of the designs. Like, this one is great. I think Wisp is fantastic. That one's pretty good. Got 3 Gamerhood ads in a row. That's a weird one. To catch you up on the rankings, I think the Venus Djinn look the best, but they have the most chopped variants. I feel like they have the most, like, Chasm. I think Chasm and what's the other one? Furrow. I think Chasm and Furrow being in the Venus ones kind of tanks them. I think the Mercury Djinn are the most okay of them all. I think the face shape kind of messes me up. I feel like the Mars Djinn are the ones that have the least variety. Like, they have some pretty solid designs, but I think they have the least... They feel the most samey across the board. I think I like the Jupiter Djinn the best. I think they're my... I think Jolt does... I think Jolt does a lot for me with that regard. Look at that guy. A good guy right there. I do like the Djinn a fair bit, but man, I feel like the Djinn are kind of like an interesting... They're an interesting case of character design study, you know? I don't know why, but I'm gonna go... Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go quick on the thing really quick. I don't know why it just occurred to me. I'm pretty sure I did, but my brain is... This is what happens when I get fatigued. I think I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna double check. Good. I double checked. I feel good about myself. What the heck is a gamer hood? You said you got 3 gamerhood ads in a row. I don't even know what that is. Is it like, do you mean like as in, is it like a neighborhood but gamerhood? Is it a gamer hoodie? Some sort, is it a beverage of sorts? They call them the what? They call them the what? Can't do that voice very well, but it's I love that voice so much. Oh, it's so stupid. Go. Can I make that? I can make that. Very cool. Okay, the cookie is... That's an important item. Hang on. Raises maximum PB permanent. I think I would like that with Aris, actually. I actually would like ours to have that because 300 is really good for if she's going to be the resident healer, you know? Oh. Wise Griffin. Kill that guy. The State Farm tournament thing, I think. Interesting. Interesting, to say the least. It's funny enough. It's funny how often I will see events happen. Like, I'll see the aftermath of events happening, and I'll always feel a bit confused because it'll always be in the context of, oh, it already happened. Here's the TLDR. Especially streamer events, like, you know, like gaming, like some gaming tournaments. I feel like I just never know they happen. I try my best to keep up with some of the industry stuff, but man, am I bad sometimes at keeping up with even that. Azure Gem points down. Okay, so that turns off the final thing. What is this Umbra Shadow? Or the Umbra Cloak, or whatever this thing is called. The whatchamacallit. Oh man, I miss Sonic the Secret Rings already. I miss it already. We played it a while back, and I played Black Knight too, but man, I need to play both of those. I need to just go back and play them for my own sake again. There are some games I feel like whenever I get the chance, I like to play them for myself, strictly for the sake that I get to stop and... I feel like it's the equivalent of smelling the roses. Whenever I'm streaming, I find that I try my best to limit that time. Like, I try to do so, but there are times where I will try to keep things moving, you know? At least I try to. Sveta, my dear, is absolutely crazy. I feel like Sveta might unironically be one of the better... I think she's just one of the best characters in total in this game. Climb down? I can climb down. When I go. Very cool. We... I've given it eyes. Huh. Well, that's cool. The stones... Whoa. The yellow orb? Okay, I gotta be honest. I thought it was green when it was coming down. I mean, I could see that it looks yellow, but I don't know. That one's a bit of a... That one feels like it could go one way or the other, you know? Feels like that one is like... Maybe it's just me. It feels like it could have been either yellow or... yeah, whatever. What do I know? Alright, see you later, Izume. I got what I wanted. I got the funny orb. Okay, with the orb in hand, I now can go get the Umbra gear now, because we have all 4... Because we have the 3 orbs, we can now go get the Umbra gear. I just thought it looked more green than yellow. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was green. Which one to go first for, though? I guess I'll go this way. How's it going? It's going good, Julian. How you doing? Hope all is good in the neighborhood. Okay, I've been vintage form for long enough. Back to the new model. I want to keep trying it out. I think the only thing that feels weird to me is it feels... I don't want to say corporate, but it does feel a bit like... I feel like I am, like, almost too defined. As silly as that sounds. I like this new model a lot, but I do feel like... It feels very... I think it's just a different thing, you know? It feels different. It's not like it's good or bad. It's just different. Oh, I see. So each of these are going to be in a cave that is locked like so. I see. Pretty good. Oh, hang on. I'm going to do one thing really quick. Hang on. I'm doing the... It is doing the thing. Fixing something real quick, like I feel like the ears move a little too often. Yeah, that is my main complaint. That is the main thing I've been thinking about. I've actually... The funniest thing, I was actually thinking that what I was going to do to adjust it was I was actually going to grab the actual frames from the animation and just superimpose like 15 or 20 more frames of just me like kind of sitting there. At the very least, just like making the ears move a little like more subtly if they're going to move that much. Because I could do that. I could do that myself. Pretty easy, actually. I think in particular, it's when I'm not talking that I find it moves too much. Because you can see it's like the animation just kind of keeps going without... even when I'm not talking. And I feel like that's where I'm a little bit like, okay, I get it, but I'm like, eh. Yeah, it's like... You know what's funny? Is in comparison to this one... where it's like there's little twitches in the middle of the animation sometimes, but otherwise it's pretty like tame. Or like this one where the motions of the character are kind of like they're not quite they're a little bit more subtle, all things considered. Yeah, see, it's like it's pretty good. I feel like it's one of those things where I think it feels a bit like the animation equivalent of jangling keys. It sounds kind of mean to say it like that, but it's like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, I feel like it's the sort of modeling for a streamer, for like a VTuber model. Like the idea is that, yeah, the player, the people watching should be more on you than on the game. And it's like, well, that's not really what I do. It's like at most it'll be 50-50 with me in the game. At most. I really don't prefer it when me and the game are not. Like, I should be... Like, the game is what I'm here for, you know? So I don't want to keep making movement on the side of the screen while I'm trying to get the players... Like, trying to get the viewers to watch the game that I'm talking about, you know? Like, I don't want to constantly draw the eye away from it, you know? Can I just say that might be one of my biggest pet peeves when I'm watching a streamer, is if their body covers more than, like, 25% of the game they're playing, I will genuinely be, like, tweaking a little bit. It sounds... I think it sounds a bit more extreme than I want it to sound, but it's one of those things where, like, for example, like, say you're watching a streamer and they I think the big one I can think of is, oh, here's the Umbra Cloak. Okay, so that's the thing I'm here for. But let's say you're watching a streamer and they're playing the game and their body takes up, let's say that you, like, they have their vertical standing thing blocking the right side of the screen, right? Like, you see where I'm sitting? Imagine the game screen taking up the whole screen, right? And then increase my size by like 50%, right? I always find that that's a pet peeve for me personally. Some streamers have their cam fill the screen with a small frame for the game. I straight up don't get that, where it's like, maybe it's just me, but it's like if I'm there watching somebody who is playing a game, I feel like it wouldn't really make sense to... This is the Islet Falls cave, right? I think so. I think this is the Islet. I forget where I am. I could probably save my game and I could find out really quick. Hang on. Islet. Is this the Islet cave? Travel log. Where am I? Save the game. Gaia Falls Islet. I'm in Gaia Falls Islet. I think that's the place you're talking about. But yeah, I find that if I'm watching somebody and they're playing a game, or I'm watching them and it feels like one of those things where I understand that for some people it's like, oh, they want to... I guess it's just, for me, it's like a I don't get it sort of thing, you know? It's like I don't really understand why somebody would block so much of the screen if they're playing a game, because then you can't really follow the action with them, you know? I don't understand it personally. There should be a Djinn around here somewhere. I'm guessing it's near the top, if I had to theorize. Oh, all right. I think it's this way. I think I see where I'm supposed to go. I think. Maybe. The very minimum, I think I understand what it wants me to... Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's probably up here? If it's not up here, it's probably on the other side of this waterfall. Up we go. I see. Mimic. Alright, kill this guy. Hit him with that liquefier. But yeah, I think for me personally, it is much more of a I am a you know, game design streamer. So the idea of blocking the game screen in any way that reduces the information you guys get is antithetical to how I am doing the thing. So it makes no sense to me personally. I think some streamers, it's like, it depends on their focus, but I know for me personally, it is very much a, why would I block the game screen? But sometimes when I'm watching streamers, I think part of this pet peeve comes from, I remember watching a streamer once, and they were asking for assistance, and part of the information that the chat needed to be able to help and figure out the game was behind their model. And it just feels like, why would you put the information we need behind you? Like, that feels very dumb, you know? Because you know what? I think I know what is the biggest version of this that drives me nuts. If, like, it's whenever a game has your health bar on the bottom right side of the screen, right? And then a VTuber's model is plastered over it. And it's like, I have no idea if they're doing good or not. And I have no clue if they are going to, like, win this game or not, because they are blocking that information, you know? Like, I think that actually does drive me nuts. You know, just, you're watching a streamer, you're watching them play the game, and then you can't follow the information, you can't follow what they're doing. It's so annoying. It's like, come on, man. Drives me crazy. I would also, runner-up is if their overlay or their stream alerts constantly block out the screen. I would say that that's also a thing I find, like... that one's less egregious, though, I think. You know, it's one of those things where it's like... That one's less problematic because it's a conditional affair. And theoretically, it also kind of proves that their chat is very excited to support them. Funny enough, part of the reason why I don't have sound alerts on when it comes to streaming is that I don't tend to hear them, you know? Like, I think I've talked before. There's a reason why we don't have... I know one of the redeem things that people like to use is they really like to use the let's play random sounds through into the streamer's head. And part of the reason I don't do that is because of the fact that I don't hear them. You know, it's like, unless I'm playing a game on PC, I won't hear it. Because if I'm playing on Xbox, I actually just plug to the TV that I use. So I get to hear the game audio. So I don't actually hear, like, raid alerts, for example. If I'm not playing a game on PC, I don't hear the raid alerts. I was thinking I'm going to change the music out for some of the sound alerts we have, and I wanted to ask what you guys wanted. You know, it's from, and the restriction being it has to be from a game we've played. I've been tempted to change some of them over to my own game music. I was actually thinking about changing over the raid music to I was thinking about changing it to something from Red Genie or Madman's Dice. I know one of the subscriber sounds I wanted to actually switch over to. There's a sound effect I use in Madman's Dice that I kind of want to use for that. Might depend on what I end up choosing, you know. But I like the idea of using I kind of like the idea of using my own game music to try and get it to work, but I also like pulling from the games we stream, so I need to think about that some more. Oh, that reduces attack too. That's sick. What the heck? Okay, I think I'm going to just start burning through some of the healing items we have, because I genuinely don't need them. And it feels like we just don't need... I have no need for the majority of healing items. It's kind of crazy. Alright. Oh, man. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm trying to think of, like... do you guys have any like pet peeves when it comes to streams? I'm actually curious. Like, as viewers, what do you guys find? What do you find is like in the viewing experience that can kind of like throw you off your game a little? Who needs healing items when you have Karis? I guess that's also that. See, that's part of it too. I think between Karis and Sveta, it's like, why would I bother with healing items when I have Karis, who can just, because she regenerates her points all the time. She regularly regains all of her stats, and her healing is just better than all the items we have. So there's really no reason for me to even worry about, like, I don't need to worry about healing items at all. I think I'm going to keep one or two on me just because it's like, oh, it's good to have in case of an emergency, I guess. But besides that, what's the point, you know? Because we don't really need to worry so much, you know? My God. Yeah, that damage output is spectacular. He used an oil drop and it did nothing. Funny enough, this actually does kind of come back to earlier in the stream. I did mention that one thing I'm worried about is the leveling. I feel like the majority of battles don't matter, but I think the big one is that this game kind of preordained my party long before I got to the end of the game. I think, unfortunately, the combination of Karis and Sveta on the field, unless an enemy directly nullifies, you know, the wind element, there is absolutely no reason to not just have both on the field at the same time. Like, it would genuinely take an enemy nullifying the element entirely for me to stop using them together, you know? But even then, I probably wouldn't, because I could just manhandle them with Sveta's beast form anyway. It really doesn't matter, does it? Supernova. Oh, yeah, we got Supernova. We should try that out. Do we have anything that hits Sonic Slash hits everybody? Streaming pet peeves are mine are covering too much of the game or talking too much through a cutscene. Okay, can I just say, I do have, that does bring up one for me. Reaction streams or reaction videos where the person reacting keeps pausing the video. You know what I mean? Like, their goal is to react to the thing, and they will not stop pausing it. You know, it's like, oh, I have to pause it, talk at the audience, pause, unpause, watch 2 seconds, unpause it again. It's like, oh my God, dude. It's like, it feels like the epitome of oh my god, just let me watch the clip. You know, like I've actually had it before where I will like I was like, oh, I like this VTuber. Let me watch their reaction content, see if they're good at it, what's good about it. And then I watched one of their videos, sat there for a moment, and thought I could just go watch the actual video and I'd get the gist in half the time. Actually, I think which one was that? There was one in particular that I watched 5 minutes of their reaction and said, "Yeah, I'm good." Forget, was it? I think it was Berry Crepe was their name. I was watching. If done right, that could be good. Well, it's like it's one thing to pause if you're adding to the video. You know, you're adding something, but it's another thing when you pause when they're pausing. Like it's like there's too much start stop. You know, it's like it kind of keeps like the energy off balance the whole way through. And I just remember thinking, I'd rather just watch the video than listen to somebody react to it. I do think that talking during cutscenes is definitely one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, I will try... Like, if I'm going to talk during a cutscene, I have to do it, like, when there's a lull in the conversation. Pausing unnecessarily. I think pausing unnecessarily is the big one. I feel like it's much more the pausing unnecessarily than just, like, people doing reaction... I don't think reaction content's the problem, though, you know? I mean, technically, I'm doing reaction content, so that's not really a problem, is it? But yeah, I do think covering the game, I do feel like... It might be one thing if the game screen is small, because then it's like, okay, whatever. Because then, I don't know, man, you do you. But when people cover the game screen, it feels like, okay, what's the point? What's the point then, you know? What are we doing here? What am I doing here? Oh, it's grip. Grip. Yoy. That's a good backflip. That guy knows some backflips. Okay, can I just say, if we don't find a Mars Djinn down here, what are we doing? What are we doing, man? What are we truly doing if we don't have a Mars Djinn somewhere in here? Oh. Okay. Pop this bad boy. The Jester's Armlet. What the heck is that? Nuts and bolts. What's the name of this island? What's it called? Burning Island Cave. Which, you know, to be fair, it do be a burning island. The game was not lying. This is a burning cave. Thankfully, these island names have been very literal in this moment. Pretty good. That move. Oops. Synergy. But I feel like some of these island names are gonna... I don't think they're necessarily comedic, but it does feel very funny to be like, ah, yes, the Burning Island. Djinn is located here. I think these islands in particular, do you think the interface for selecting powers is good enough in this game, considering there are so many? You know what? I do. I actually do. You know what? That is actually something I haven't thought about, Julian. That's a good point to bring up. Actually, I do feel like this menu, like, this is pretty easy to navigate. I think the only thing that's... I think it's more of an adjustment period than a, like, actual, like, thing that's a problem. I think it's just, you have to get used to knowing which characters have which abilities. That's not terribly hard, all things considered. Particularly, too, because even in the Game Boy games, you could mark 2 of them, essentially, by putting them on the bumpers. So that's actually pretty easy. Let I win. Right, this is the Umbra Knuckle. Very cool. Okay, so this puts me back here. Okay, so there's 2 more. Part of it also, I think part of this system being very easy to navigate is the fact that you become habituated to either you will grab from the stuff you have, like the stuff you need, or you'll just find it in the menus, and that's not too hard. But thankfully, it's not like it's necessary to... You don't have to go digging through all of this. Oh, hey, here's the boy. Hello. Can I even get him from here? Not quite. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna mash buttons. It's fine. Come to think of it, actually, I think this game actually does, I would say, a better job of managing having a lot of different spells and abilities than other games that have many of them. Funny enough, actually, I feel like this game, maybe part of the reason why it works so well when it comes to the way that it handles the spells is the fact that they limited how many you have. Now that I'm like thinking about, okay, how many spells are there realistically in this game? And it just occurred to me, okay, how many are there, and what would be a pain in the neck number of spells to search through manually? And funny enough, that is where I can do a Skyrim comparison, where Skyrim has so many spells. That is actually a genuine pain in the neck to actually read through, you know? Like, if you're actively trying to keep track of how many spells you have, if you buy all the spells in Skyrim, it is an actual nightmare to try and go through all that. But if you favorite them, that works fine, because you reduce that list down. You can trim it down somewhat. I just threw that boy up there. Okay, and then I need to go back up. Can I use this one to go back up? Really? I think I can just go back up now. But I think that the interface in this game is pretty solid. I think some of this does come down to restraint, you know? Like, as I've discussed a number of times on stream, is that I think the restraint to not overdo it when it comes to how many of a thing you have in a game. I think restraint can be one of the most important, like, kind of sounds odd to say that being able to limit what you are doing in your game space is a skill, but it is actually an important thing to understand, that you don't overdo it on how much you have, you know? And I think this game, by limiting how many tools you need to solve the game's puzzles, and then just doing novel stuff with those tools, that's more interesting and more fun than simply having a billion tools, you know? Like, I think it is actually less interesting if I'm playing a game and... Actually, you know what? I just realized, hang on. I give Flare over... Give Flare over to Hemlock. Give Flare over here. Now I can do this. Actually, hang on. Do this. Okay, I want to see... Can I get a better stat line by handing a different Djinn over? Not... Okay, not really. I feel like... You know what? No, that luck stat would be huge. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Now we have Buckle over here. And that means that we have a character capped out, which is really nice. That's actually pretty sick. There's also way too many pets. I mean, the Djinn aren't exactly like... It's more like a symbiotic sort of thing, but this is kind of the equivalent of having 72 Tamagotchi hanging off of your belt. You are the most neglectful parent in the most egregious of fashions. That said, it is funny, so why not, you know? Sometimes the real joy is in it being funny. Let's see. Let's hit the Supernova. Hit the Nader. And... There we go. Big damage across the board. Why are they healing? Why are they healing? I'll have to heal after this battle, but this is going well. All right. So we're level 41, and our search is going pretty fast. All things considered, we are going remarkably fast through the Umbra searches, so... It does seem... This would imply to me, at least, that... At least to me, I think this would imply that the end of the game is probably going to approach very rapidly. I don't want to say next stream we'll be able to finish it, but I do think that if... I feel like next stream is going to be one of those ones where either we go long... Or it really depends on what this last hour, what we get done. Here's the thing. If we can get the rest of the Umbra armor before the end of stream, and we have time to spare, I think we're going to be... To me, at least, that implies that we would be done with the game in short order. But I'm uncertain. Also, I do want to remind everybody that we're going to be moving to a slightly different system with the games going forward, is that I do plan on, for my own sanity and also I can play some other games, I do plan on doing Wednesdays and Thursdays a little differently for a little while, where Thursdays will become the redeemed games day, and then Wednesdays I have some other games I want to get to this year before year's out, and I want to stream them. I will confess, one thing that has been making me hesitant about playing a certain game that's been on my list is that my brother has been very insistent on, and I might end up having to make a new stream day for it. My brother has been very insistent about joining me for a particular game because he wants to be there live to talk about it, which is a very particular thing. But it's mainly because it is one of his favorite games of all time, so I'm like, I kind of see why, but I'm also like, brother man. Probably could do some cleanup on getting the rest of the Djinn, the rest of this stream, and a few extra things I think would be cool to show you. I think that would be probably more, I think that would be more fun, personally. So what we could do is we could get the Umbra stuff. We get this stuff done. And unless getting the other Djinn would be more... I'm trying to think, because I don't really know where the other Djinn are. I just know that we're missing some. But we could go do... Let me think. Let me look at the Djinn. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, there's 7 left. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Actually, we should just do that. We should just do this first. Actually should do this first because it's only 7 Djinn. All right, Nahamaha, let's rock. Let's see what we can get done. I know 2 of them have to be in the Umbra. 2 of them are in the Umbra place. So I know, I am at least confident knowing that 2 of them are in those places. At least that would be my theory. But we should, how about we do the Djinn first, and then we do the cool stuff. Then we do the cool things. I think that would be the fun zone to move in, you know? All right. So should we wait on doing the Umbra stuff for now, or should we get... Which direction are we going? I actually have no idea where I am. Man, I just realized how weird the world of Wayard is, because if the world's a flat disc, I don't know why, but it just occurred to me if it was anything similar to how Fuga Melodies of Steel works, where like under the clouds there is another world, it just sucks. Do I have Spring, Sizzle, Chain, and Kite? I know. Oh, you know, I do know I have Chain. Hang on. And yeah, Chain. I have Chain. Sizzle would be over here, I think. Okay, I don't have Sizzle. I have Kite. Spring is probably one of these. Yeah, I have Spring. So I have Spring, Chain, and Kite. I'm missing Sizzle. So where is Sizzle? I think Sizzle's like the one that I'm like, I don't know where it is. Man, I got a cough. Back on Yamada, but on the world map by the mountains. Oh, I see where. Okay, I see where you mean. Okay. So on Yamada, like Yamada is in the island, right? Not mistaken. Yeah, Yamada. So on the other side. Okay. Well, he said the side on the world map by the mountains. I think I know where that is. Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. I'm gaming a little bit here. I'm gonna switch over to 3D mode. I want to play 3D mode, man. I like 3D mode. You know what? Hang on. I like 3D mode. I made this 3D model myself, by the way. I was pretty proud of it. It's kind of silly, but I just like it, you know? Alright, let's go this way. You know, I will say I've had the thought of, at some point, trying to find another Pokemon game to play. I know I didn't quite finish Pokemon Battle Revolution. I didn't do the rentals only playthrough all the way through. I think some of that also was me being mildly intimidated by the task of trying to handle rentals only. Because I will confess, I did find out how much grinding it takes to... I found out how much grinding it takes to do some of that, and it is pain. So, pure, unadulterated pain. Whoa. Okay, so what am I looking for over here? Is it a field Djinn? Is that why I'm not sure where to go? I'm actually uncertain. Okay, so I'm over here by the mountains. Am I looking for something in specific, or is it just one of those things where it's like, ah, yes, of course. Make a note that tomorrow... I know tomorrow I need to go through the, tomorrow I need to scrub through the routine VOD. There's a bit I want to grab. It's a map Djinn, so run out until you find it. I see. Okay. Say no more. I understand. But I mean, also keep saying more, because I enjoy talking. I enjoy talking with the friends I have here. Odd clips. I know I need to make clips from both the routine stream and I think this one. I want to grab that. There's that bit a while ago where I was like, that funny bit. I want to grab that. I think it was me saying that. That one of these Djinn is chopped. Wild Dirge 1 and 2. Is there a specific location I'm supposed to run around on? I don't know if I'm finding the right spot. One thing I will do though. Is there a specific spot, or is it just one of those like run around till you find it sort of thing? This is around the volcano. Okay, let's see. Ah, there he is. Found the boy. Get over here, you rat. Rat boy. Thankfully, this damage is... Yeah, that was remarkably easy. Okay. And we're now level 41 across the board. Being level 41 across the board does mean now that we have... I think that means we're kind of strong. First met at Nihon, Sears foes. Okay. Okay, so that means we have Sizzle. So now we're done here. Holy crap. All right. All right, that gives us... That's huge. Crap baskets. You're saying Yamada? I thought you were saying your mother, like in a Boston accent. Yamada. You know, I remember being told once that my accents weren't very good, but funny enough, it's usually my first thing I go to for voice acting. And I never landed roles doing accents, but because my southern accent just kind of sounds like a Michigan native trying to speak weird. Shell, rhyme, geyser, tinder. Rhyme? I'm pretty sure I have. Unless rhyme is a water one. Oh, shell. Oh no, I have shell and rhyme. I don't have. Okay, nope, don't have geyser. And tinder. Yep, I have tinder. Okay, so we're looking for geyser, right? We're looking for geyser. All right, where is this geyser? Yeah, we're kind of in the end game of finding Djinn right now. I guess I could just sail around while like instead of just waiting, I'll just sail around looking around for stuff. I guess what I could do while we're waiting, I could just literally sail to here and just get in fights. It says it's Snowdrift Shrine. Oh, so that would be probably one of the Umbra Cloak ones. Okay. At least I would theorize, given that one of them is in the snow area, so that'd be my guess, but let's find out. Genuinely, just I feel like at this point, just whenever I'm not sure where to go, I'll just spin around in the darkness, and yeah, Snowdrift Shrine is over there, so I'm guessing that's where we have to go next. Ah, yes, the scary choir at top speed. Mash buttons, it'll kill. Yeah, I think at this point we're kind of reaching terminal velocity in terms of power. Funny enough, I think part of it might just be because of the fact that we've done enough battles. We've done enough battles in the overworld that we are keeping up nicely. I think it's been too long since we had a proper boss fight, though. I do think that is something this game has done. I think the boss fights in this game have definitely been less stellar than I would have wanted. I think that's something I kind of wish the game did more with, was like some of its set piece fights have been pretty good, but they were also remarkably easy. So I do worry that some of the fights are less exciting because of that. Holy crap. Let's see, how about... You don't know, we'll do cleanup job. There we go. Big damage, holy crap. Yeah, the largest of damage. All right, easy peasy. And then I think I just spam attacks and then the fight's over. I feel like these guys were supposed to be harder. You know what I mean? Like I think the darkness enemies are supposed to be hard enough where they make you worry about. Final boss and the super bosses are good, but otherwise, yeah, everything else is kind of easy. I feel like I will need to do some of the extra bosses because I feel like the majority of combat in this game has not been challenging me mentally nor in terms of the power I've acquired. And I think that's to the game's detriment. I feel like the game though, I do know one thing though. I think the conversation would be very different if I didn't have all the Djinn. If I didn't have all the Djinn that I do, I feel like this would be a very different conversation, you know? Like, I would argue that part of this whole conversation is on the asterisk of having all of the Djinn and knowing where they all are makes fights way easier because of the fact that you have full power. And I would imagine most players' first playthrough, if they don't know that there's like the field Djinn, for example, if you don't know that those even exist, it probably would make the game arguably much harder because you wouldn't have access to maximum potential. I'm just thinking also stuff like, you know, like, because there are some Djinn you just straight up cannot find if you miss the chance to get them. I'm thinking like Morgul, like the one in Morgul. Actually, the ones in Morgul. And that sort of stuff is important because it's like, okay, how as a player do you handle it if you miss the chance to reach max power, you know? And kind of in that same breath, I kind of think that actually does color how I view the game, because I know that being at full power is a different feeling. So all Djinn in that area, really. Yeah, it's just like there are so many Djinn where you just straight up can't get them later, so not having them would suck, you know? I would say though that also, like, kind of part of that is I would say also that if you're somebody who runs from a fight regularly, or you're kind of speeding through the game, I feel like you would end up shooting yourself in the foot if you're not high enough level to just handle things. No drift shrine. Yeah, so okay, so it's here. So this is where we are looking. A bunch of trees. Oh, I can't get over there. Why? Back. Funny enough, that still was enough to finish. Holy crap, really? Well, alright then. Can't make it over there, so I'm gonna... I do just want to look around a tiny... Grizzly. I like the giant, the funny giant bear. And it's dead. That's unfortunate now, ain't it? Okay, there's a lot of different ways up and down. Make it over there yet. Okay. Gonna look around a little bit. No drift shrine B1. Observe. Whoa. This shouldn't be too hard, I don't think. Who knows? Grabbed her cologne bottle, broke the atomizer. Oh, that sucks. Man. Well, it's like dropping anything and having a part break. You just kind of go, oh. You hit that moment where you just kind of like lean back. You know, you have to put your hands at your face in your hands a little bit. Just like, oh, brother, come on, man. Oh, I feel that. I hope you're able to. Well, I hope that you know a lot of the cologne didn't fall out. You know, that would suck. I don't really use cologne all that much, do I? Not anymore. I used to use it in high school, but only for like special events or, God forbid, a date. But you know. Funny enough, I think I stopped using cologne entirely after I started going to college, I think. I never really had a reason to. But maybe that's just because I started using like the soaps that just make you smell cool. Let's see, actually just normal attack, we'll just go for it. But no, that sucks, man. I hope you're able to come up with a solution to fix that, though, or something. The atomizer's the part that, like the spritzer, right? Am I mistaken? I'm trying to think of what the atomizer is on a bottle of anything. Yeah, oh, it's the spritzer thing. Okay. Of course, I refer to it as the spritzer. Yes, the spritzer. You know, the part of the bottle that spritzes, you know. We all know that one. It's like the time knife. The funniest terminology ever is when you have to refer to something by a sillier name, you know? It's kind of like level 43. Like, whoa. That said Chronos Mail. What was that? Where did that go? Hang on. What was that? Chronos Mail? Where did that go? Proof against the light. Well, I know it's because I randomly watched a video that compares different atomizers. That feels odd, but at the same time, I kind of see it. That does feel like the kind of like topic that you somehow come across on, not on accident per se, but like you definitely come across it at 3 a.m. and you kind of just stop and think about what you've been reading, you know? Yeah, that did just remind me that we have the... Did get this earlier. What does this do? Well, I'll just give it to Amidi then, because he deserves it. Sure, buddy. I feel bad giving him the clown armlet, but you know what? Sorry, my boy. He is... My dude has gotten nothing this whole time. He gets nothing. Unfortunately, Amidi can't read. A bit unfortunate for him, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Oh, well. Alrighty. Honestly, in terms of progress today, though, we've done fantastic. So we've definitely made major strides in this game, because we went fast today. I would argue that today's probably one of the fastest days we've had playing any single-player game in a while. Maybe not the fastest, but it's pretty darn good. It was pretty darn good, all things considered. Okay. I definitely know the Djinn is somewhere on this mountaintop. Around, like, the snowy peaks from Mario 64. Hello, buddy. What the heck? Oh no, poor baby boy. Knocked him right out. Holy crap. I landed on his forehead directly. Hello. You know what? He is correct to be mad at me. That's fair. I think this is one of the most reasonable. The Djinn is going to take it out on me. Because I did just drop on his forehead. Like, that was also... I was sliding down the snowy hillside and just smashed into him. Alright, easy peasy. Alright, lad acquired. We went fast enough to find pointing to the right place instead of pointing to the wrong place. That is true. That is also true. That is also true. If I was left to my own devices to figure some of that out, I definitely would have been kind of just wandering around for a while. I do feel like with certain games, like I said, I think with some games, moving towards the concept of the navigator is going to be something I think I'm going to do from now on. Like if I'm playing a game and it turns out that it is one where you just have an embarrassment of options and things to miss. I feel like it's specifically if you have many things you can miss. I think that's where I'm like, yeah, I'd really prefer to have somebody, not so much that I have somebody telling me where to go and what to do, but just having somebody catching before we miss something. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's the X factor there, is that it's not so much that I need someone telling me where to go. It's that I want somebody to make sure we don't miss something cool, you know? I do feel like that might be the determining factor, you know? Just when I played Pokemon, I missed the Master Call. Oh, the Master Ball? Oh, dude, some games it's really easy to miss the Master Ball. Depends on which game you're playing, though, because some games it's a little easier to know what where it is, but other games it's like, man, really? Okay, I did not get to the box I wanted, but I think I screwed up, but we're gonna find out. I did screw up. Okay, good to know. Wait, no, it's up there. Master Ball. Yeah, it's just like, I feel like some games, I think, especially early Pokemon, I do know that's a thing that happens pretty often, is that people would just whiff on stuff like that. Because, you know, it's like, especially if it's your first playthrough, how are you supposed to know, you know? And that's something I kind of hold it a bit sacred, you know, just the idea that a blind playthrough should be a blind playthrough, but there are some games where not missing the fun stuff, like you really don't want to miss the fun stuff, you know? Like I do, like there are some games I would prefer to just not whiff on some aspects of the game, you know? Whee! Down I go. Oh god. Oh, that's how you get the box over there. You have to fall through the other one. I see, okay. That makes more sense. What time is it? Oh, I should probably speed up. We got a little bit. We could, I should probably make more time. Mainly because I also don't know if the boxes I've been trying to get into are worth it. How do I reach this middle one? That's the question. Say the question and I immediately, without fail, will, every time I say the word the question like that, without fail, I will think about Question by the Moody Blues. Ad breaks on. Oh, ad breaks on. Okay. I'm gonna pause a moment. Hang on. I'm also gonna let this music rock. Don't need a be right back screen, just need a I'm eating pie screen. I will say one thing I've been tempted to do in terms of doing some like redraws of my foxes. I did have the thought, it's kind of morbid, but I did have the thought that I would redraw at least one of my foxes using some of the pictures of some of my dogs. Or just redrawing my dogs in general, because I think that would be really cool. I actually wanted to do one. There's one picture I have of my cat recently that it's kind of weird to describe my cat as dripped out, but it's probably one of the most like one of those rare times that my cat was aura farming. But it was just really funny when I think about the. Thinking about that, I'm thinking about the way of drawing. Like if I draw a fox using that image, my cat was aura farming. It was pretty good. I feel like drawing with references is an interesting place to start, because sometimes I feel like some of the references I draw from, I feel like you result in a very different image, you know? Umbra goggles. So do I have to equip someone in all of this to do the thing? All right, ad breaks over. Okay, so we have the Djinn in this area, which was Geyser. Say earlier made a 3D model. Well, I have this 3D model, and I've tried to rig the model properly. It's rigged for animation. I think at some point I might ask somebody for I might try to find someone who can assist me in rigging it up properly. Not for streaming, like so I could do like a live 2D sort of thing, because I do have the program for doing like with the 3D model. But I actually had the thought that with this one, I actually wanted to rig it up so that I could put it in. I wanted to try modding it into some games. The big one actually is I just wanted it in Gmod. I want this model in Gary's mod because I thought it'd be funny. Nothing quite says I'm mentally stable like I want to put my character in Gmod, but I actually had the thought of trying to get both this model and the model I made in Vroid Studio. That'd be this one. I have the model data for both of these models, and I would very much like to have both of them. I think having both of them as a Gmod, like a mod, would be hilarious. Especially if it was open source, if it was like open to anybody, so that they could just like. I don't know why. I just like the idea of somebody finding this model and be like, "Oh, this is nice," and they like wear it to like a server. And then someone bullies them for being a VTuber, and I just think that'd be funny. That sounds really mean, but I don't know why. The concept alone of back from Aslan, did you get the piece of gear from here yet? Yes, I did. I got the Umbra gear, and I got the Djinn. So I have everything from the Snowdrift, yes. So we're done with Snowdrift. So we finished Snowdrift, so we're good there. And with our Djinn as they are right now, because we have Geyser now. So we're down to 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4, 4, 1, 2, yeah, 3, 4, 5. We're down to 5. I'm guessing one more of them is in the last Umbra Cloak area, but the rest I don't know where they are though. I can't take the boat over there though, so I don't know where to go. I'm gonna go fight dark monsters for the fun, and also because we need to level up some more, so why not? Might as well fight more monsters. Foam, Flare, Simoon, and Simoon. I know we have Fugue. I do know we have Fugue. So let me check our Djinn list once we're out of here. Get an update. Not much has moved this week. I did stuff for the part-time job, and I made some big progress on the. I made big progress on getting the enemy eye working properly, which is really cool. Besides that, I mean, today I didn't get a whole lot done because I was doing work. I was doing outside work. Made it out on time. Well, that's good. Good job. Good, Naragdom. Settings are set higher than normal. That's weird. Wonder why that is. Oh, my boy is cursed. I see. I should probably take him to like a. I should probably take him to a priest or something. Huh? Yeah, I should probably take him to a priest because that's not good. I don't have any synergy that can clear up a ghost, right? No effect. Yeah, he's haunted. I don't think I have any items for dealing with hauntings. Okay, so I actually do need to go to a town at some point and get rid of the haunting. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Only the priest can do that. Okay, so we do need to find a town of the priest. That's a bit unfortunate, so we're gonna need to deal with that. In any case, though, let's. Oh yeah, right, the Djinn. Foam, flare. Oh, we have. Was that flare or that's glare? Is flare over here? Yeah, we have flare. We have fugue. Sea moon. Sea moon would be a wind one, right? Moon. Okay, no sea moon. Sea moon's a water one. Foam. I think foam would be a water one. Okay, we don't have foam. So foam and sea moon, I think, are the two or the other two we're missing. Yeah. Okay, so sea moon and foam. All right. While you determine where we need to go next, I will take myself to the nearest priest, and I'm gonna get Tyrell some. We're gonna give him some good old-fashioned Jesus. Huh? I don't remember that place. I'm gonna guess I need to go back there at some point. So let me go. I'm gonna go to Yamada first and get my boy cleared up of ghosts, and then we'll go do that. So we're gonna go get him cleared of his ghost problem. Because, you know, that's important. Just like, yes, of course. If you're being haunted by ghosts, you should probably deal with that sooner rather than later. Nothing quite says irresponsibility like letting the ghosts take over. What in the goddamn is that? Huh. Whee! Huh. Huh. Okay. Otka Island. Huh. What's this place? Well, might as well save my game and check it out. Alright, curing him of being haunted can wait. Foam is southwest of Tomfont under some mountains. I see. Huh. Oh, hey! One of our guys! Well, hot dang! Okay. That's actually super helpful. Boing. Very good. This is Sea Moon. Oh, hey, look at that. Can I just say this is genuinely funny that it feels very funny that, oh, we're looking for one of the Djinn. Literally get yoinked from the ocean and thrown over to him. Very cool game. I do appreciate. Like it's like the universe is like, hey, listen, we'll give you a freebie. How about that? Oh, it's the quality Zol. I'm gonna sell the quality Zol. I don't need it. Or I'm probably gonna sell it, or I'll just forget about it. Now the question becomes, of the two characters we have, who's gonna keep Simoon first? Never mind, this is LOL. I don't know why, but for some reason I can misread that very easily as LOL, like as an LOL. And I like the concept of it being named LOL. My boss had us park and plug in the machine and let us clean it. I said differently because the control pad is touchscreen. That's weird. I feel like the more I think about the time I spent working in either service or in just like, I feel like the more I think about the part-time jobs I had, I do regularly contemplate the fact that I lucked out only having to work the certain jobs I did, but it does also make me eternally grateful for the work I do now. But I would also say that in a separate sort of sense, it does also make me grateful for when people do the jobs I wouldn't want to do. Case in point, I was really good friends with my janitor when I was in the dorms in my college years. I made a point of always talking to, can I please be, how do I get out of Mr. Bones' Wild Ride? Okay, thank you. I was about to say, oh wait, Tonfon. Okay, so Foam is southwest of Tonfon. I also need to go find a priest, so let's go talk to the priest first. Am I able to give Grandma's gift to somebody now? Is that a thing I can do finally? I've had this Grandma's bag in my inventory for most of the game. Where do I take this thing? Where do I take it? Hello, priest. Welcome, weary wanderers. Repel evil. Drive the evil spirits from... Donation of 50 coins. That is very easy. Lady just passed on the bridge. Oh god, I'm gonna go talk to her. Tyrell's free of evil spirits. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Vicariously Jesus, not actual Jesus. He's an old... This guy's an old... Hello, sir. People will begin to talk. Wait, what? Lord, Sun, and Lady Moon do not seem to want to part ways. People will begin to talk. That lady? It's food. I wonder if it's still good. It's like it's just like a pipe bomb that's been waiting to go off for ages. This is not the lady on the bridge. Which lady? When you say just pass on the bridge, do you mean like this one, or do you mean like you? You? No. You? No. Which lady? Which lady? There are too many women in this area. It's that lady, but not yet. Oh, I see. That is an unfortunate case of timing. Okay. Wait, no, I didn't want to go out. Wait, I forgot. I need to go back. It's southwest of Tonfon, right? Southwest of Tonfon. Am I going? I'm gonna read chat at the same time. Home is southwest of Tonfon. It's under some mountains. Got it. That's pretty easy. I can remember that. I can remember. Southwest of Tonfon, near the mountains. West. Oh, this thing. Probably? I would theorize this thing. Rat. Kill this rat. I am obscenely rich at this point too, because we have 100,000 coins and nothing to spend it on. It is rather unfortunate. I think this is a case though where buying items really isn't that important, you know? Like I think you would you'd probably only want items for plated rat. Kill that guy. Ow, my neck. We're gonna be very powerful and very rich. Maybe it's over here. Maybe it's over here, he says. Maybe it's over here. Ah. Did our team get an update today? I don't think so. Yeah, you did. You did it just like 10 minutes ago. Actually, yeah, I could scroll. Funny enough, I could scroll up in chat and look at the redeem saying get an update. Funny enough, you did. I was... He ran! How did this guy run away? How did this... Wait, how did he run away? What? It's very confusing. Not to mention a little bit weird. I don't think I've seen any of these guys run before. Oh, you're heading to the airport? Well, I hope, well, safe travels, you know. Both, you know, even if it's just a drive over, it's still like, hey, man. You know what's funny? I feel like I'm so used to telling people to watch out for deer when they're driving that I kind of forget that deer are not always a common problem on the roads when people are driving. At least not in every country, for sure. Which honestly feels more like a local thing that my brain just goes, well, yeah, you're driving. There's going to be deer, you know? And now I kind of wonder if at some point in my life, will I ever drive in a country where I'm like, watch out for deer, and then it's just not the deer I think is going to happen, you know? Like, I look outside and I'm like, yeah, I'm sure there's no deer here. And then I look outside and there's just like reindeer or something. Yeah, we have kangaroos. Arguably far worse than deer because, to my understanding, kangaroos are like, it's like God's own spite put on the planet, you know? It's like Old Testament God decided, let me make an animal that's entire job is to ruin your ability to sleep. For the funny. Of course. Alright, the liquefier. I think if I just attack this turn, I got him, but we'll see. Yeah, we got him. Easy peasy. Alright, so now we have this one. Thank you, strange creature. I appreciate you. The Mercury Djinn foam has joined our team. Very cool. Okay, so now we have foam. So we have all of the Mercury Djinn. So we have all of them, I think, unless I'm mistaken. So now we're missing 3 Djinn. There are 3 left. Yoy. Alright, thankfully we're also just powerful as all heck right now. We are exceptionally sturdy. Yeah, I'm thinking that next time we play... I'm thinking next time Simunez is on the biggest island on a cluster of islands. I think I know where that is. Hang on. I think I know where that is. I think I know where I'm going. Hang on. Up we go. I think I see where I'm going, but we're gonna find out. Okay, so biggest cluster of islands. There's 2 clusters we can check out. There's one south of us right there. And there's the one past the peninsula. This one? This is not it. Okay, so it's definitely the other one then. Definitely the other cluster then. Because that's the only other archipelago in the area, so we're gonna zoom. Ooh. But yeah, in terms of my own work too, like this week I haven't gotten as much writing as I would have wanted done, but I think this week has been an important amount of part-time job work, which has been nice, and Also, that reminds me, I need to write down something. But also a remarkable amount of, I think, just time I needed to spend on other stuff. You know, like I mentioned that I had to do some yard work today, but it's the kind of stuff where it's like, well, when it doesn't get done, it makes working much more stressful because I have to worry about stuff. So having it done is nice, you know. And Tuesday I had some errands to run outside anyhow, so this one. This one? Huh. Is this the island? Find out. Jupiter Djinn. Hey, okay, so we found a lad. Beautiful. Okay, let's just hit him with the good old liquefier. Hit him with everything we got, I guess, for the fun. Honestly, some of these Djinn have been also... Thankfully, the fight hasn't been too bad either, you know, where it's like... The fight to get them on your side has been pretty... alright. Man, does it feel bad watching status effects me? I feel like this game really does make me feel like status effects mean nothing. Like, I don't even know what Haunted did, but it didn't really seem like it stopped me from winning battles. It just kind of felt like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't let that fester, because that seems like a bad idea. It seems like a bad idea to leave the ghosts inside of Tyrell's brain. It has nothing to do with actually wanting to get rid of the status ailment. It's just, oh, it's probably nicer to do that. Okay, now we're down to 2 more. There are only 2 more. I would theorize one of the probably the Earth one is in the middle of the map, I'm guessing. So we're missing only one more Earth one. We have... I'm guessing one of them is in the last Umbra Cloak area. I would even go so far as to theorize whatever the last dungeon of the game is probably where the last other Djinn is. Wait a minute, I have a question. I have a genuine question. Okay, yeah, okay, that's good. We actually almost have completed the entries. That actually is crazy. A 100% Djinn guide. That's pretty good. Alrighty. Well, I don't know what we're doing now, but Ivy is in Passage. Passage? Where is Passage? Actually, more specifically, how do I get to Passage from here? Passage. Oh, right, I can land over here. That's right. Hang on a moment. I can land over here, right? Ah. My God. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I should have the means now to get that. Okay. Let's see. Can I land in Passage? I can land in Passage. Okay, very cool. Passage? Bah! What the heck is this thing? Kill that guy. Shadow Spirit, huh? Well, he wasn't that strong. And Hemi learns Rising Dragon. This is... Am I in Passage? This is Harappa. They've put up the giant wall. Fortunate. Where's Passage? Passage is over there. Just, I don't know why, just the spamming is very funny. Good God. Man, that damage is still crazy. All right, very cool. All right, fight's over. Let's see, let's see if... I'm kind of curious now, can I... Passage Mountain Climb. Can I go back up to Passage with the elevator? Can. Okay. Whee. I just realized, am I able to... I should probably go see if I can talk to the old man. It's been a bit. I haven't been able to talk to the old guy. Where's the wise guy? Talk to the old man. When you say passage, do you mean passage proper? Or do you mean like passage? Oh man, we actually get a cutscene. Hello. Is that you? Oh, hey guys. It is. What a relief to see you again. A relief indeed. Come back to passage. So did you succeed in your quest? Not yet. What? So is the end of all this misery in sight yet? The world is a big place, Boggy, and he and his friends have a big job ahead of them. But I'm right, aren't I? You're trying to fight the Grave Eclipse. I had a feeling something horrible was in the wind just like before the Couch army attacked us. Okay, that sucks. Last fire Djinn is in the final dungeon. Okay. There's a reason Couch will try to attack us in Eidola. They're after both our alchemy machines. Now, I seem to recall that our two machines are connected to the third one, but what was it? It's called the Apollo Lens. No, nothing more. Perhaps you've learned of it if you've heard legends about the ancient darkness. Maybe the Grave Eclipse is also tied to that machine. Cannot say. Roy sure discovered more about what plagues the world. Pray that you could stop the eclipse. Even though something called an Apollo Lens strikes fear in my heart. Interesting. It's always been like that, speaking riddles and shuffling off before you can get answers. Don't mind the elder. I'm sure you'll find out what's at the heart of all this. At least I hope so. You can't even imagine how much you have your hands with the Grave Eclipse. Sorry, I can't do more to ease your struggles. Okay, so where is... you said in Passage, but now I'm wondering, like, okay, but where? Passage. It should be on the map if it's in the city proper, if I've seen it. Which means if I haven't seen it, then I wouldn't know where it is yet. I would probably guess... oh, wait, you know what? Maybe it's this way. I'll go look. I got the fire Djinn up there. Need to find a rag on the table of a house. Okay, so I gotta check the houses. Can I just say, Namaha, this feels like one of those perfect, like, Mew is actually under the truck sort of moments, but it just, like, it feels like such a, like, wild, out of context statement to be like, you need to find a rag inside on the table of a house, and it's just like, what are you talking about? It's just like, what? It's just, it feels so, like, I know what you mean. I know what you mean in context, like, in the pretext of, okay, I know what this game is. I know this game has some weird stuff, but just in the sense of, it's very funny to think about. Ah, yes, the rag is in the house. Ah, here it is. It's glowing. It has an outline and everything. Gave the old rag to Sveta. Give it to a woman on the bed at the inn. This is such a funny... this feels like such a weird chain of events. Oh. You there. My boyfriend is gone and lost those creatures. Why would he try to rescue someone who's already surrounded by monsters? Oh, lady. This fabric looks familiar, but I just can't remember why. Perhaps I can help you recall. She's just like, let me read your mind. Remember everything. Huh? Where did she go? Where did she go? Back to the house and talk to the man. Talk to the man. Oh. Now I know why my friend looked so frazzled that night. Your boyfriend saved his life. I think he traded his life for mine. First, I couldn't even remember who it was he'd saved. I'm so sorry. Good man. I'm sure he doesn't regret what he did. It all makes sense now. I really should thank him after all. He can't handle the truth right now, but someday he might appreciate what you did. Good for swinging hammers and breaking rocks. That's all I've got to offer, but I'm here for you anytime you need help. Okay. Oh, books on alchemy. That's pretty good. Oh, okay, so now he can break rocks open. Okay, so I took him with me. We're gonna go a bit overtime to finish this because if I try to start up next stream and try to remember what we're doing with this, I'm gonna forget. Okay, so what do we do with this? I have the man now. What do I do with him? I have acquired man. The fruits of labor have been acquired. So with the means of production, what do I do? Is there a rock somewhere? Take him to the room right before the elevator. Room right before. Where is that again? Oh, this one. Is it this thing? Oh, here it is. Oh, it looks like there's something stuck behind that Zol stone. Huh. Hello, egregious one. He was just like stuck in there. The Venus Djinn Ivy. Very cool. He kind of looks like, alright, that did it. See you around. I'm trying to imagine somebody forgetting how, like, just not knowing how to deal with that and being stuck with that. Alright, so, and then the last Djinn in the game is genuinely in the last dungeon of the game. So we do not have to worry about that anymore. Okay, I think what I'm going to do to end stream, I'm going to get back to the ship. So we just need to get to, we're going to get back to the ship, and then I think we'll call stream. Because from here, we're basically done. Okay. Very cool. Let me get out of the Eclipse so we can... Well... Okay, one more fight for the road. IFA has some stuff I found interesting. If we can return to IFA next time, make a note of that for next time. I will also make a note of it for next time. But just for next time, we'll make a note of it. IFA next time. Golden Sun. Okay. Good. Okay. I'm level 44 now. Yeah, that feels like I'm pretty close then to the end of the game, so... We might have a genuine chance at finishing the game next time, but we'll see. Okay, we'll see soon enough, though. I think it'll be one of those things where I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch, because I have learned my lesson about trying to count a finale before it happens, you know? So we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to just play the game and see where we end up next time. And we'll just make it work. Okay, so thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. Tomorrow, we're doing more Neo, The World Ends With You. And Sunday, we're going to finish Routine. And I do know what we're going to play on Sunday after Routine is done. I did find out what I was doing wrong, and I'm kind of mad about it, but I'll talk about it when we get to stream next Sunday. Because I figured out what I was missing in that puzzle, and it has me a little heated. And after that game, though, we will be playing a game that me and my brother really like called Race the Sun. And I haven't played it in a long time, and I'm just excited to play more of it. All right, so again, thank you all, and don't forget to check out my stuff, the books, the music, the games, maybe the YouTube channel. I've been trying to get more clips out when I can. Tomorrow, my plan is to actually go through and find a bunch of clips in stream, especially from Routine. That was a good one, so I'm gonna go grab all that. And yeah, so we're gonna get on that. So I'm gonna go for now. So now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.